Well, hello everybody and welcome to Somerset. We are here in the beautiful sunny Southern County because today I'm taking you on a journey that I have embarked upon, and it's something which is going to be quite nerve-wracking. It's going to be a lot on the line, a lot of high stakes, nervous tension as well, but ultimately it's going to be fantastic and it's going to give me the opportunity to be a first-time farmer. I have sold everything in my powers and everything in my possession, to be honest with you, and it's allowed me to get a little bit of money together to buy a plot of land off an old fella who no longer wanted it, and try and start a farm with it. Try and make something from that for myself there, and build up a farm from nothing to hopefully something that can sustain me and the family moving forward. As you can see, there are some pretty nice large farms around here, and that's hopefully why we'll get ourselves to there at some stage. It's a beautiful area of the UK, and it is frankly a great time of year to be here. There's lots happening and we need to get going as well. So we're going to go for a bit of a drive, and I'm going to show you what we've brought. It's not huge, but it's enough to get us going, and it's going to take a little bit of work there. I have some plans of how we're going to invest a little bit more money into the land that we've got to, well, to ultimately make it worthwhile and make it provide a little bit of a living for me. So we have a lot to do with in terms of that, but you know, we just need to get going with some of it. It is harvest season. We bought one of the fields with a crop of wheat in it, and the smaller field, they're both small, but an even smaller field with a little bit crop of oats in there as well. So we do need to get going pretty quickly. Ooh, that was a sharp corner there for me, and we'll have to look and see what that looks like for us. But before we do that, we need to get to the land. So follow me as we get going. We're just going to take a little turn through this gravel track here. It's kind of tucked away, our land here, but I think I really like it for that. It's out of the way, but still gives us plenty of opportunities in which to get going, really. And I've been looking for land around here for a while. I grew up not too far away, and like this kind of land here, this is where we're going right here, so we'll just stop. You know, land like this doesn't come around all that often, so you've got to be on the ball with it. I actually had a chat with the owner of this old block of land here quite a while ago now. And I said, look, if you're ever in a position where you want to sell up there, because he was just renting the land out to a neighbouring farmer, like a lot of these smallholders, when they do start to wind down their own operations there, it's easiest just to lease out the land and to forget about it at that point and just take the rental income. So they decided that the time was right. It's tight to get in there. Good lord, I'm going to have to move that gate at some stage. Time was right to sell it up, and I was only too happy. So I'm going to park this about here. You'll see already that we are looking at a very, very derelict block. This is, first of all, our block of wheat here. We need to get into this. And then over there, there is a wee strip of oats as well. But they're all very small fields, and that was intentional because I don't want to have to spend money on large equipment one way or another right now. But this is it. This is all I have. This will be my enterprise, if you can believe it. A couple of rundown sheds and a couple of piles of gravel and some old scrap. Pretty much, but from tiny acorns, mighty oak trees will grow, and this is all of our land here. We have a couple of fields over there. I think you can just see the yellowy tinge of the oats through there. So we have that field, and we have a long grass field which runs down by the river a bit as well. So I say river, it's more of a dried up stream, but it's still there anyway. And so this is what we're going to be working with. I mentioned that we sold everything I had, bar a few little small investments for the retirement, but what that does mean is that we're currently sitting on around about, well, before we bought the land and everything else, we were sitting on around about just over 500,000 really, about 520,000. Now we bought the land and we've bought we bought our truck, because prior to this, in my industry, I had a sedan which wasn't going to be very good for us. I had a smaller car, but we got our truck here. We're going to be continuing on just to trying to invest a little bit of money here and there. Some small equipment to start with, and we want to capitalize and slowly build that up into something that is sustainable. As you all well know, equipment is expensive these days, and it's not something I really want to have to spend too much on. I do not, where possible, want to finance. I need to get away from that. I don't want to be stuck in hire purchase schemes for my equipment. I want to be able to buy them outright, have no depreciation, and then be able to move forward with the growth of the business. The first thing that we're going to do, though, we are going to actually hire a couple of bits of equipment for today, and just today and for the rest of the week, really, just so we can get this thing in ship-shape order, allow us to do a little bit of movement and get some machines moved around in here, and allow us to clear up some of this mess in here as well, and just see what we're actually working with. you know, let's get this scrap out of here. I've got a contact with the local scrap yard, so they're going to bring a bin out for me. So we'll get all this tied up here, and this stone I'm standing on here will likely just go over there, because we'll probably use it at some point. And then, yeah, we can see what we've got. Now, this shed here, from what I've had looking, I don't think it's going to be all that useful, to be honest. At some stage or another, that might see itself being knocked down, or at least kind of worked on a little bit to make it useful in some capacity. But otherwise, yeah, we'll get rid of some of this stuff. This shed here, at least we can store things in here. Not very big machinery, but we can still store stuff in here out the way. I will be looking to expand the yard out this way as we walk over here as well, so that'll give us something to work forward to. But really what I need to be thinking about is the ways in which we can diversify the income here a little bit, get something new happening, and also just make the most of the land that we have. So we will be looking into that. The area that we're in here is near Banwell, and it has a few unique opportunities which I'm looking to capitalize on. There are a lot of smaller pastures around here, paddocks really, small 1, 2, 3, 4 acre paddocks that some of the big equipment contractors just don't entertain because it's too big for them to get in, and they're not really looking to invest in those smaller opportunities. Whereas that might be a great little opportunity for a foothold for myself. So that's what we're going to be looking into doing, trying to get established there and giving ourselves an opportunity to work on those smaller areas, but also gradually and slowly increase our land. Some of the other pockets of land around us here are also owned by the same chap, so maybe there's an opportunity now that we're in there and we've shown good faith with them, that maybe we can build upon that as well. So we'll have to see what that looks like. However, the first thing I'm going to do, I made a phone call the other day to see about hiring in a JCB of some description. I think in a 3CX or something like that, just so I can get some of this stuff scraped up and moved around, really, because these tires I want to be disposed of. Get someone to come and try and shift that skip for us as well. But things like this, there's a lot of things like this thing here we need to do something with. I might just see if I can push it back for now, but I don't know if there's anything in that, truth be told. It might just be a case of getting rid of the thing. We need to think about what a temporary accommodation looks like up here as well. I'll have to look into that. That looks like it's fairly decent. We'll keep hold of that. Never know when we might need it. Stay in here, but there's all sorts of stuff in here, really. So a lot of this we're going to get scrapped and see if we can get that all cleared up pretty soon. And then, yeah, we'll keep ourselves going. So we're going to make a phone call, see where that JCB is, or see how we can get it. And then we'll take it from there. So lots to do. We're also going to have a swing by and have a look at the tractor that I've made a few inquiries about. And it's not too expensive, but it could be a really good starting point. So it's going to be exciting. Come and join us and we'll see what we're going to get up to. So around the corner here, we're not too far away from our land, actually. And we're coming into here. This is a bit of a countryside store, and there's also a mill in here, along other things. And they also, weirdly enough, have a few bits of equipment you can hire. And I only stumbled across this because of the old man I bought the land from mentioned it. But I've already spoken to the owner. He told me where to go. So a few skips there as well. I want to see if they might be able to send me out a skip at some stage. Oh, watch that, young man. Nearly crashed in the process, but around the corner here, in front of the red trucks, he said. There's the red trucks. Hopefully. Hey, there's a digger. All right. It's got my name written all over it. Where can I park this? And yeah, we're going to take that. We've got that for a couple of days, so I'm going to leave the truck here for now. And then we'll see how we get on. We might bring it back at the end of the day here and try and get it just some other usage out of it, but we will see how we go. So this is the first bit of machinery that we're going to be driving in quite a while. So yeah, here we go. Pretty cool. Now, I have in the past driven a few of these. I used to work for a construction firm way back when, and drove a 3CX, but it was similar to this, but not quite as fancy. There we had levers rather than joysticks to do everything, but I'm sure I know that the control axes are very similar, so we should be okay to get that back. I used to work in construction, like I say. I since moved into agribusiness management and working as a consultant for many different farmers and suppliers, distributors, that kind of thing. So a lot of the information I'm going to be, and the knowledge that I'm going to be usually passing on to my customers, I'm actually going to try and implement myself. Are there any lights on here I need? Maybe. That looks good. So we'll try and see if we can implement that and get ourselves off to the best starting point. I know roughly what we're going to do for our fields in terms of the planned crop rotation. and then we'll be looking into trying to do it with as minimal inputs as possible. One of the key things that we need to look into is making sure that we reduce, and I think I mentioned this earlier, around the amount of financial inputs that we require. And I'm looking at, or thinking specifically from a machinery standpoint, a capex situation as well, because we cannot afford to be too invested in machinery, because every ton of whatever we produce is really going to count. Now we're going to go through, there's a little bit of a track over this way actually, so we should be able to get through here nice and easily. There we go. And that'll allow us to get sneaking along with this. I have, since we were speaking just before, I've had confirmation over the phone that the tractor that I was looking at is ours. We've agreed upon a price there, and I'm very chuffed with it. It is a 4-cylinder 4-wheel drive. I won't tell you anything more than that until we see it, so you can start guessing on what you think it might be in the comments down below. But it is a perfectly sized tractor for what we want both now, and then also with that idea of looking into paddock farming and small scale farming in the future there. So should have plenty of power, assuming all the horses are still there from the manufacturer specs, and it should allow us to really really kick on. Now that track is up here somewhere. Quite a sharp rise in the hills around here as well, so you've really got to be have some power to get up those. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of narrow, small, very long fields. So, and also getting in and out of some of these exits and entrances and gateways will not be easy, especially for some of these larger scale contractors with big 300 horsepower tractors and 30-foot wide combine headers. So that's what we want to try and avoid. Here we go. There we are. We're just going to creep along up here. And then we'll get ourselves up and ready to go there. So that's what we're going to try and look into today. Hopefully get this all turned out and tidied up here, and then we can go and pick up the tractor at the end of the day there. I need to find a couple of cheap bits of equipment really. A trailer so I can haul things around in. A tipper trailer would be ideal. I have a few leads I need to look into for that. I think it would also be really, really productive if we could find a very cheap old combine. Because not only do I want to get through our stuff, but I'd also love to be able to do a little bit of the other work for these kind of farmers around here if I can, because it'd be a lot cheaper for me to do it. I have, again, a brilliant opportunity for a combine there, so I'm going to look in to see if that's going to actually materialize, because my word, if I can get that to happen, that would be great. So we'll see where that goes. This is a ginormous castle. Look at that for a view. Isn't that quite something? Really, really is epic. So that's always just in the far ground from our yard, so we're not too far away, which is pretty impressive in and of itself. So Lord knows who used to live there. Maybe I will one day. Who knows? But yeah, we'll get back to the yard, and then I'll kind of walk you through what I want to do there, and a bit of a plan to kind of the first stages of the expansion really, and to make this more into a working farm. But yeah, you gotta be really quite slow coming around here. This is a public right of way, and there's often more so horses and cyclists along here and dog walkers than there are machines, but you know, you gotta be careful anyway. There's the mighty house. I'm trying to find kind of a static caravan if I can. I think that would be the temporary location for our residency first of all. Ooh, there we go, we're in. Perfect. Now we're in and we're down. So let the fun and games begin really. Let's see what we can get done here, shall we? Alright, so we've spent a few minutes getting used to a few things, a few fails to be honest. I don't know what is inside this, but it is heavy. I've managed to shift it maybe a couple of feet, but that's about it, and it just will not move there. So we'll have to see about getting someone in with get some tools to see if we can open it and see if there's anything inside. And if there is, then great, and we'll figure out what to do then. And if not, it's going to scrap. So we'll have to figure that one out. But yeah, we've just got a few small bits and pieces really that we want to get rid of around here. Get anything that's remotely useful out of the way really. And then we can yeah, see what we're gonna do. Move some of the bits of wood to around there. We'll probably get a fire going there where we can, and just get everything taken care of and tidied up a little bit. But you know, anything that has a part of a use, we're gonna try and keep hold of anyway. But pallets, do I really need those? I don't think I do really. They can go and burn, and then we can get a semi-decent attempt going here. The main thing that we can do this afternoon though is really that one as well. These are pretty solid actually, but not much use. Yeah, like I said, main thing we're going to look to try and do here is just to see, get some of the stone moved so we can actually get in and around the yard, maybe scrape off this grass here as well, and then tip it over here somewhere. Like I said, at some stage, I do want to come out this way. Quite what we'll do, I think we need a proper machine storage shed if we ever continue to expand. I might just spread some of that along here so we have a bit of a hard stand to continue to park things on. And then we can figure out what it looks like. But I think that's where we'll go for now. And then we've got to go and pick up, look at this tractor and pick it up, which is going to be exciting. So we'll tackle that as well. But yeah, this is a nice machine once you get used to it. And you do need to do a little bit more playing around with the backhoe just to get fully familiar with that. But, you know, it's been probably 13, 14 years since I was last on one of these. So you got to just take it as it goes. You got that out there. But yeah, so, you know, we're getting used to it. We'll do a little bit of scraping around here, get rid of some of these weeds, and it gives us a better idea. What I would say is that the ground that we're on, it is quite dry, all being said. It's been a little bit sticky and quite a lot of rain of late, but it's still dry around here, so it indicates that it is quite hard underneath, which is pretty ideal. And then we'll be able to kind of build something off that solid foundation, and we can really go ahead. So that's what we'll be looking at, certainly, and then we can take it from there. But ultimately, yeah, let me know what you think of the project, what you would do, what changes you would make first of all there, and if you know any good equipment which is nice and cheap around in the area as well, because that is what I want. I have a class of farms classified that I've been looking through there, and I'm just trying to prioritize what I think would make sense more than anything else, because then we can really build up from there. So, you know, obviously smaller equipment, that's the whole point, and we'll be able to really build and thrive with it. So that's where we'll look to see what happens. Right now, though, yeah, like I say, we'll finish this up, and then we'll go and... I need to get my truck back. So I don't know if for the evening we might, just because it's a little bit safer and more secure, and I'm not living here obviously at the moment. Probably just drive this back to where we got it from, I think, and then we'll get it back. If we feel like I need to do a bit more leveling out tomorrow, which I can see being the case, we'll bring this back tomorrow as well. But we will very much see, and we'll tip this all out of the way for now. This grab on this 4-in-1 bucket is quite useful actually. We'll probably try and do a bit of grading with it at some stage tomorrow, just to get ourselves a bit more ahead of the game, and then that'll allow us to really make some inroads on this. So yeah, let's get this all done, and then we'll get back on into the truck and go and see what our new tractor looks like. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I might be just trespassing through the side of someone's field here. This looked like it was a public right of way and even a access road, but maybe not. But anyway, we're going to keep sneaking. We've dropped off the 3CX back to where we picked it up. I've mentioned that we'll come and get that again tomorrow, but first thing I really want to do here is, yeah, gotta go over and find our tractor. So exactly what we'll do. Oh, that turns into a road. Okay. And I think we're going right up here and then all the way up to the top, I think. Beautiful old houses around here as well. I'd love to get to the point in some stage where I can seek planning permission to build a house onto our yard. I'm not sure how easy that will be, but oh, that would be the dream. Look how high these walls are as well. That's the thing. I mean, just looking at this area here, you couldn't, even if you wanted to, get a big tractor down here. So it's a wonder that there doesn't seem to be all that many smaller contractors around the place. But hey, we'll try and take that niche. Oh, there's someone going for a holiday. And yeah, we'll see what we can do with that one. But it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to start to get the feelers out there, see what work there might be. I'm anticipating at first it'll be like grassland maintenance, you know, paddock care, topping, that kind of stuff. Maybe making a little bit of hay for some folks in the summer, some hedge trimming work. That's what I want to aim for. And then, of course, steady on. Slowly building up my own armory and arsenal of machinery so we can do more and more with every turn. But you can't get to that stage overnight. You've got to slowly build these things. But first thing we could do is get ourselves a tractor, and we've done it. And we just need to go and find it and pick it up here. But it's, I think, yeah, I'm very, very happy with the tractor that we've chosen. And it's in immaculate condition from the pictures that I saw of it, first of all, and the video walk around as well. So can't wait to see it up close and personal, and just see how good it's going to be for us, really. So we're not far away now, and we'll get on into the dealership there and have a better look at it. I think it's Is it just up here, maybe? Where is the entrance? It's around here somewhere. That house is for sale, though. Wish I could afford that. It's probably extremely expensive around here. Oh, there's the store. I know where we are. We're just a little bit further up here, then. Being hounded by a cement truck behind me, it looks like. I want to try as well, when we do start to look at buildings, I've been looking around for like old second-hand buildings that, well, as you can imagine, they're difficult to find. A new building seems far too expensive, but that's what I want to look at do is get some kind of machine store up, and then maybe even livestock if we go down that route. But anyway, in we come into what looks like a beautiful old dealership here. Now where? I'm just gonna get myself pulled over here somewhere. Excellent. That'll do for now. All right. Let's go and see what we've got. See where it's parked and see what we've picked for. There it is. It's in all its glory, right at the front as well. How did I miss that entrance there? I do not. I just drove straight on into their. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, folks, look at that. We've gone for a Ford. Look at it. It's a beautiful 7740, the SLE Powerstar model as well with the turbo. And this is my new tractor. I saw an article for this, so I looked at it. And the problem is at the moment, second-hand tractors, good second-hand tractors, are holding their money like nothing. They're appreciating, not depreciating. And it's, you know, anything too modern with a good reliability record and, you know, a good brand, you know, John Deere or something similar. Just astronomically priced. So we've really gone back in the years. I think this is 95 or so, and it's a 7740. It is usually it'll be about about 75 or 78 horsepower, I think, but this has a turbo on it as well to bring it up into the mid 90s. So it's going to be perfect for what we need. It's a 4-cylinder. It's a teeny wheelbase as well, nice and short and tight and compact. It's had, I think, 2 owners since new, and it's on around about the 5,000 hours, which. This is 94, 95, whatever. That's incredible. It looks a treat. It really, really does. Got a 40k box on there as well, so it'll be nice and rapid for what we need. But like I say, the main thing that we're looking for is short, small, and compact, but reliable. And I think that ticks all the boxes that we need. So I'm very, very happy with that. I think it's going to be great. Over the coming years or even months, if we're lucky enough, and if we can find another bargain, we might well look to add another machine. If things are going well enough that we need it and, you know, we can justify the business case for it, we will look into it. But let's see if they've left this open. They have. And here we are inside. Beautiful machine, like I mentioned there. Really happy with how it's all laid out. But more often, it looks brand new in here, right? More often than not, you see the interiors are a bit scruffy and scrappy for their age, and you'd expect it for this one, but absolutely not the case. It is superb. And yeah, I can't wait to get some implements for this to be used upon. Like I said, I got a few angles on a trailer maybe, and I need to go and check out someone for a local combine, which is an absolute treat. If that goes ahead, it's going to be cheap, and it's a beast. You'll never ever guess what we're looking at there. So we'll keep you abreast of all that news and updates. But yeah, here we are. What an absolute joy this is. Can't wait to get into it and dabble with it a little bit more. And we'll show you what that looks like as we get going there. So do let me know if you thought it'd be something like this or what you think we should go for next. Like I say, lots of things for us to do there and lots of work for us to do as we continue to build out the yard and get it a bit more ready for what we have. I am also going to pick up soon a load of fencing panels and posts because I want to get a fence up and I want to make the yard a little bit more secure and change a few things around it to make it a little bit more accessible. And then after we've done that, I'll feel a little bit more safe in leaving this at the farmyard. We are pushing on with our somewhat crazy decision to sell everything up and start our own little farm. And today we are making a huge step. I mentioned in the last episode, or the first episode really, that we were going to be looking for a combine, and today we found one. This is majestic. Look at it. This is our brand new combine. The reason we have this one is because it was cheap. It was tucked away in the corner of a farmer's shed who wasn't using it, and it's going to be something that we can keep around and use. We don't have a lot of acres, but this will get them done. But it'll also get us into those small fields as well. This is exactly what we need for our paddock farming approach. and for those contracting of any smaller fields. So look at it. It's in immaculate condition for its age. It's a Dominator 85. This must be best part of 40 years old, I'd imagine, if not more. And, well, I mean, everything is functioning on it. We've just had it all hooked up there and run through. It's all working. It's, you know, it's a little bit mechanical to get everything connected up there, but that's fine. No fancy switches, buttons, or hydrostatic boxes on this. It is very simple, and I like it for that. It means I can fix it with a spanner and a hammer. Air conditioning as standard. This is everything is on the dashboard on the side, so nice and efficient. Minimalistic design and control is how I would describe this one. And this is going to be it for now, at least for at least a season or two, just so we can get our own harvest done. So this is going to get us going with our harvest. First of all, got about 8 acres of wheat and about, I don't know, 3-4 acres of oats, and then any small little gigs that I can find around the bar. We are actually suddenly quite busy. We have been speaking to the old chap that I bought the land off in the first place. He's got a field that he wants cut for hay. And I got 2 other fields that I'm working on for a friend of his as well. So this is exactly what I was looking for, to get a bit of word of mouth going, to get some small little gigs that we can work on with. So I mentioned that I was looking at a lot of equipment, and I have been splashing the cash. This combine as a whole cost me around about £26,000, can you believe it or not, with everything in it. Maybe I paid a bit premium because of the collector's edition on that one, but anyway, I'm gonna take the header trailer back. The combine is slow, like cripplingly slow, and I don't have time for slow today. So what we'll do is just get that door shut there. We're gonna just take the header trailer back now, and we'll come back and collect that at a later time, because yeah, like I say, I need to get ourselves away and get back over to another one of our new purchases. We're going to drop us at the yard. We're going to take the truck, and we actually have a second tractor, can you believe? I didn't necessarily anticipate buying the second tractor, but I went to go and look at some grassland equipment, and it was there. And it was, well, really an offer that just seemed too good to refuse, really. It was a Godfather offer, I suppose. And it's going to help us out massively with what we intend to do as we move forward. It's a little bit heavier machine than this one. A little bit more horsepower on it as well. It's about 145. But it is going to be perfect. It's on a rake at the moment, which we have also bought. I bought my first brand new bit of equipment, folks, and it's incredible. I'm trying to set up equipment that I need so we can be a bit more responsible. I've borrowed a baler from somebody for now as well. So there's a lot happening in the last 24 hours. Now, I'm going to bring you along for the ride to see what that looks like. But first thing we need to do is head on over to our new land, park this header trailer up, show you what we got done there as well in the last few days with the clearing of the sheds. We've got a little bit more space that we can work on. I just need to wait for a scrap man to arrive, really, because there's a bin there that he needs to take away, which is full of scrap metal. And then, yeah, we can start to get a little bit of space and figure out what we're going to do in terms of sheds and storage space, because ultimately, I would like to have some method that I can put all of this undercover. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that is going to be the next step there anyway. So for now, we're just going to get this header. The header is in immaculate condition on this, I must say. It's been looked after really, really well. And it shows no sign of any rust or wear or anything like that, which is great. Really, really pleased about that. Beautiful old windmill there, that's for sure. And we'll go and park this up, and then, like I say, we can go and have a bit of a look into what's happening with all of our different contracts and jobs that we got to do, and make sure that we're all set there. And also, yeah, just walk through the plan, really. I've still got plenty of money left over, over 110,000. I have a few bits of equipment I'd love to try and source, just to get me set up for everything, really. But I've tried to buy budget things here and there and spend as little as I can on some bits. We don't need to go over the top with anything. Some of the quotes I'm receiving for custom machinery are just absolutely mind-blowing. So obviously we avoid those where we can, because it's just a bit unnecessary. And right now, what I really need is just to get the basics, the bare minimum. I'm actually going to look at later on today, or maybe even tomorrow, a 3-point linkage loader, because that will be a little bit easier. So I don't need a telehandler by any stretch. I don't do anything like that. A front loader would require brackets and a new loader, and they're quite expensive there. I'm gonna have a look at this to see if it can get me by for a little bit, and just to see how we get on with it, really. So that might be a significant step that we take, but we'll see. We will see how it goes. And then, yeah, we'll be able to move forward. I have everything I need right now to harvest our own grain. Got a grain trailer for quite a good price as well. It's an old thing, but it's in good nick. Got a low or a flatbed trailer so we can stack bales when we get to that stage as well. So yeah, everything is coming together. We'll just get ourselves back on over to our yard and have a look-see. So I'd love a shed like that. It's not to be fancy, it's nothing special, but that would just be perfect to stick everything in, to store everything, and keep most things under cover. But you know, we'll see how we go. Right now, like I said, we're going to drive back on over, and then we'll catch up with you when we're at this back at the yard and walk you through what's changed in the last couple of days. Okay, so we are here now. We're going to reverse this in because even with the slight change I made to the gate, I don't think it's going to be quite that easy. So we'll just try and back this in where we can. I actually took out the gate post which the gate was mounted on and moved it around on an angle, just so it would be a little easier and give you a little bit more space to get into in theory. That's a good start, but we just need to cut that hedge a bit closer. And that will allow us to give it a bit more swing, effectively. So I can kind of cut in on an angle like this. There you go. As you can see there, a little bit of fence up there, just to move it in, gives us a lot more space to work with. Makes it a lot less of an acute pain to get around. However, what we're going to do, we're going to reverse this straight back. I have found myself an old little second-hand diesel tank, which is good. So that is all up and away. Need some diesel in it though, so we're waiting for that to arrive. Building a bit of a wood pile. We're going to set fire to that soon. I've got a building merchant who has skip hire come to collect that scrip and get rid of all that rubble for me. And then the scrap man will come back when we're ready for him. As you can see, bit of a tidy up here really. All of the drums have gone and everything is slowly moving on, but we're just gonna go all the way back here. Look at all of the machinery that's here. Some of this mine, some of this borrowed or hired. The baler primarily is a hired bit of equipment. And there's also a tether in the shed, which is also hired, but we're gonna leave this here for now. Wonderful stuff. All right, so like I say, the mower is mine. I got that is a new to me mower that was about £4,500 for that guy. The grain trailer is mine as well. Someone's looked after this really well, but it's in good nick. It's not the biggest. I think it's about 10 ton, but it's perfect for what I need. Fits my tractors perfectly, and it will also get in and out of everything I need. The trailer or the baler, like I say, it's hired in. It is an Impress 125. It makes the smallest bales. The reason we've done that is because if I do look down the line of a 3-point linkage loader, it's going to be a little bit easier to lift them up with the angles and everything. Anyway, that's what we're thinking there. This bale trailer is used. It's a bit battered in places. It's cleaned up well, but there's a lot of paint missing and wear on it. It didn't cost me too much, and it's probably about the length or the maximum length I want to get in and out of some of these fields. So that's why I went for that one. It's fair enough. It's pretty straight, pretty clean. It could do with some ladders on the front of it or something, but it doesn't have those. We'll work around that. But yeah, it is pretty straightforward. And again, it was key for me that it was cheap. Air brakes on there as well, so it's nice and safe. And then of course we leased the tether here as well, which is a beautiful tether actually. Been using that already, spoiler alert, but that's fantastic, and it fits onto the 7740 very nicely as well. It can power it, lift it, no problem at all. It's a great tractor actually for doing things like tedding because it's nice and nimble, can turn on a sixpence as well. Very, very nice indeed. So the combine's going to come up here soon. You'll notice our very nice and cheap spreader here as well. This is as simple as it comes for a fertilizer spreader. Nice, I guess it's like a fiberglass hopper. Simple frame, simple mechanism, perfect. It can be worked without any fuss. It doesn't obviously have any guidance or any variable rate, but for what I'm doing, I'm not too concerned about that right now. At some point soon, I want to try and figure out what I can do with this shed and how I can get into it. So that's something that will be coming up, and see if we can leverage that as a storage or a workshop or something. And here, well, you know, this is going to be a simple machine storage shed for right now. Probably end up just keeping the tractors in here, I imagine. I want to try and stick something over here, some kind of shed, whether it's along that side, but we need to leverage the space where we can. And maybe even when we get rid of this bin, which is full of scrap, get rid of this, which I still can't get into, but my word is it heavy. That's just got all those oil drums and bits and pieces in like that, so we'll have to get rid of that. And yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it's coming together. We're tidying up. It's looking a lot better for itself now, certainly from where we were. And so that is fantastic for us to really see. So hopefully we'll be able to see this continue and we'll get a little bit more work done. But what I really need to do, I have what's probably going to be about 30 acres of hay I need to finish up. It's currently, one lot is rode up ready to go with the baler. We're going to go out and see the second tractor that I have parked in the field ready to go. I just had to dip away because I had to go and look at that combine. So we'll go for a bit of a drive and we'll go and find the tractor, which is not too far away. Get the rake finished up. We just need to go and get the second field raked up. There's one field that's not been mowed yet, but we're going to get the two that are baled or mowed down first. We're going to get those done. The rake that we have is mine. It is brand new. Like I say, it's a Crone rake. It's a lovely, lovely rake. Really good quality, but it's nice and simple. Nice and small. It's 3-point links mounted, single rotor, so I can get in and out these fields again. It'll just allow me to slowly take ownership of all of this. And if I can justify it with more and more acreage of hay every year, then I am more than happy with that. So that's the plan, at least. We just need to continue to get these little jobs done. I have a field of my own that I'm going to get knocked down. Not sure if we're going to look to get any sheep or livestock or anything at this stage, but I'll make the hay anyway. Worst case scenario, I can find someone to sell it to. So that's the thinking there, at least. But we are about to go and find the new to me tractor. This gate is a tight one to get in and out of. My word. All right, down we go. Beautiful grounds though. Just look at this. Absolutely fantastic. I think this is National Trust owned. But we do have access to go through here. I did have to check and qualify that before we started. But yeah, let's go around the corner. And there it is. We've got a Renault, folks. And what a machine this is as well. This, like I say, I wasn't necessarily desperately keen or looking to get a second tractor, but this was dirt cheap. You're looking around about, for this, it's a 155.54 turbo, about 150 horse, give or take, and it was about 18 grand. Now, what this does for me is gives me a little bit more flexibility, gives me a bit more weight, bigger engine, 6-cylinder engine on this one as well, so you got a little bit more grunt to it than you have on the 7740. Ideally, I would like to get a small drill and maybe even a plow at some stage in the future, so this will be able to do a lot of the heavier cultivation work. But for right now, it's sitting on the rake. Again, just a fine example of a tractor. Really, really is. Just looking fantastic. And it's a nice machine to be in. It's comfortable. It's got air conditioning. It's not the top of the range there. There is like a, I think it's called a Tektronic or something like that. So a similar kind of machine, but this is not it. But what it is just functional. Everything works. Everything responds as it should. It feels like it's got plenty of grunt left to it as well, which is always good to see. So we'll see how we get on with it. Right now, though, we're just going to get this field all raked up. Like I say, brand new rake to us on the back here as well. So you can see it's very straightforward there. Nice quality with Crow, and it packs up really compactly to get through fields and along the road there. I don't need a twin rotor rake or anything absurd like that. It's just perfect for what we need right now. And got a good relationship with the guys at Crone. Able to get this packaged in and then get a good deal on this, but then also go off and lease in a tedder for our needs as well. So really, really happy with that. We'll get it fired up there. Down she goes. Like I say, not the biggest field here, however. Let's get ourselves done. And we can get this raked up, and then we're on to the baling, really. Should be straightforward from there. And then we've got another... This is the... what would you say this is? It's probably this field and the one that's already been rowed up are about the same size. And then there's one which is about twice the size of this that is just over the other hedge from our farm that we need to get into and get that mowed down as well. So that'll keep us going. Get us plenty of work there. And then we can move forward and see how we get on. At some point in the next couple of days, I'll probably mow down the rest of the hay, and then we're going to try and get that combine back over and get it into our own ground so we can get on with a bit of the wheat harvest. We are going to be, obviously we've got nowhere to store that, so we're going to be carting it straight off to a grain store where we can hopefully look at, turning a bit of a profit. That'd be something to get us some revenue coming in from our own ground. That'd be really, really impressive. And then we can see where we go from there. But that's what we're going to be looking into for right now. We'll get this road up anyway. I am putting 2 passes into one, so when I get to the end of here, I'm going to be spinning around and coming back down the other side so we can get a bit of a better, easier swath in here. And it'll should speed up our baling as well. Like I say, we're going to go for the smaller bales so we can handle those a little bit more effectively. And I'm half in mind, if I can ever find an opportunity to get a conventional baler and all the handling equipment that I'll need for that, I might look into it. It's a bit of a fantasy at the moment because that's such a hassle to get everything that you need lined up for that one. But we'll keep an eye on it and see what that looks like. For right now, though, of course, it's just about getting done with what I can. There you go. This is a little bit more clunky at times to function with than the gearbox and the controls on the Ford. You'll notice that everything's in front of you on the wheels there. You got your high-low splitter and you got your forward backwards as well. But it's, you know, everything's what you need. You always used to be able to say you can hang your lunch bags on some of these levers and you can, you know, put your hat on the other one there. Everything's out in front of you. There you go. Yeah, it's a quiet cab. It's an easy cab to be in as well. I do quite like it. And as you can see, coming off here, there's quite a swath. There's quite a crop of hay on here. So this is all going to be sold off straight away, I do believe, or there's even a buyer for it. So we'll be in here baling this probably this afternoon. And then we can make our plan moving forward from there and decide how we're going to conquer. But I'm really, really pleased to get in here already and get a few plans going and build up a bit of a rapport with some of my customers and potential customers. Because like I say, there are a lot of smaller fields around here and I do fancy really trying to capitalize on that potential business. I'm going to look to get a topper so we can do like pastures, laneways, that kind of thing, and just tidy everything up as and when we need to. That'll be a pretty sweet way to go. Maybe even at one point look to get a hedge trimmer if that's necessary. But we'll wait and see what that looks like. All right. Yeah, we'll get this all rolled up anyway, and then we'll come back to you to see what the next steps look like and plan for a little bit moving forward. All right then, that is done. All rolled up. Looking pretty good as far as the crop of hay is concerned. I'm going to leave the tractor there quickly. Just get this truck parked back at the farm. Do a little bit of machinery swapping around at the yard there. So yeah, like I say, 2 fields are now rolled up, ready to roll and ready to bale. And then we've got one more to mow and just leave on the deck for a little bit before we throw it around. Probably, if not tomorrow, the day after, the weather depending. Okay, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. I don't know if I got a tractor and trailer out there very well. Anyhow, and then we're all set. There's our field of oats. You can just see through there. This is we have one grass field as well that runs parallel to the riverbank. And then we've got our field right by the house there. The next big field that we're going to go into, though, is just over the other side of our wheat field. So you can't quite see it from here. But yeah, should be nice and easy to get into there. We'll see. In we go. Excellent stuff. And again, we'll just ditch the truck here, I think. At some point soon, because I don't know how much more we're going to do, but there will be a fire coming up soon where we can just get rid of all this wood around here. But yeah, this is ready to go, so we do need to get into that as soon as possible. The weather's looking good for the next few days, though, so I'll probably get into it tomorrow where we can. And then we can see what that looks like from there. Yeah, we're going to jump on to the baler. Should be fine on the back of the 77 here as well. What I was thinking, if I bring you into our little computer here on my phone, looking into a few different options in terms of sheds that we might have available to us here. And there was a few that we were thinking about as well that we can kind of CGI and place in situ really, but they are all very expensive. And I was thinking of you know, a lean-to which has a bit of a shut-in door on the side of it, but yeah, it's more money than I can afford at the moment. There's a simple agricultural shed that we could maybe fit in the side here as well, but again, a lot of money there. So we'll see if I can find something I can knock down in situ. That'll be great, and I'll definitely do that instead. If it's something I can just find from a you know, from a bit of a farm with a landowner where it's not being used. I know we passed one earlier over that way. Then something like that would be ideal. But we'll see. We shall see. All right. Let's just get ourselves hooked on to here. We've got this baler for about a week's hire. I keep checking classifieds to see if there's anything that we can buy. There's nothing of any good value. A lot of the balers I'm seeing are having a very good second-hand market at the moment. So we're gonna have to go a little bit older, I think, and see what that looks like. But for now, like I say, we'll just have to see how we get on with this one. Looking for raking around baler, not really too fussed. This Pottinger is brand new with all the bells and whistles, and it seems to be a very good baler indeed. But yeah, like I say, we'll have to just play it by ear and see how we get on. But for right now, at least, we can certainly go and get started with this one. Not sure how many bales we'll get off it, but hey, we'll find out. Alright, and then yeah, like I say, if we can find a have a look at that 3-point linkage loader, see what that's going to be like, and if it's going to work, and if it's got lift capacity to move around bales around, because if it does, that might be my go-to then, just so we can get through a year. Because what I need to think about is what's cost effective for now, but also the future. And I don't really think at the moment, for the amount of loader work I'm doing, that a brand new loader with the brackets that are included in the installation is quite there. But you know, we'll see. If it did go onto any tractor, it would be this one. And I quite like not having a loader on this one for the flexibility. Of course, you could take it off, but you know, there's something that we can think about there anyway, for sure. And let's go and get this done. At some stage as well, I think there's going to have to be a few new gates made in hedgerows, just so we can get through from our land into the rest of our land. The field of oats is accessible from the other side only, which is not ideal. But we'll see if that can be changed at any point. Like all barns like that, if they're not doing anything, can they be dismantled and moved over to our side so we can use them? Or I don't know. We haven't got back to get the 3CX. I've decided not to do that yet, but we might get it for another day when we have a bit more work to do around shed installation or anything like that, because at the moment, just not there. There's not very many tourists around here. I thought there'd be a lot of people having to walk around those grounds and over the moat and everything, but it doesn't seem to be too crazy. Keep an eye and see if that changes. But anyway, here we are. It's amazing what you can do really if you scrap around through the classifieds and find tractors and how you can get yourself slide up. But at the other side of that as well, the significant cost that it's taken me to get 2 tractors, a few bits of equipment, and a combine is astronomical. So you've really, if you're not in a position where you have, fortunately I had assets I could sell to begin with, but if you don't have those, it's become a bit of a different ball game there for sure. What we're gonna do is just try and take up a headland here, see how we get on, and then we can yeah, play it from there really. All right, I think that's us. Just get that speed under control. It's nice dry hay as well, so it's going through the baler nice and evenly. It's not going to have any issues with any wet lumps in here at all. But yeah, we will see how we get on. Check what that first bale looks like as well. There you go. Alright, let's have a look, see. Look at that, my first bale. It's tiny. 1.25 meters in diameter, but it's out. Perfect. Looking pretty good, pretty solid there by all accounts. Fantastic, nice clean chamber inside as you come to expect. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we will, in that case, then get cracking and see how we get on. Lots to do still here, as you can see. Let's get you shut. All right, and we're away. So what we'll do is we'll probably leave it here for now as we get started with the baling. Lots happening here still, as you can well see, and we will bring you along for the ride. Hopefully soon we'll have our own harvest underway, and you never know, we might even start to make a bit of a profit here on some of our ground. Well, we're carting hay, and we're doing it by any means possible really, because we are using a new to me secondhand 3-point linkage loader. Is it the best and the most efficient? Absolutely not. But was it cheap? Absolutely. And this really, well, this allows us just to get it done, to be able to tow a trailer around still is a bit of a one-man job. It's nice and cheap and simple to use, and we're able to clear the fields like we are here. So for that reason, you know, we'll make it work. Maybe in years to come, when we start to make a little bit more money, we can look at getting something a bit more conventional path. And that will allow us to kind of build up and onwards. But I didn't really want to put the loader onto the Ford, and it wouldn't really fit onto this machine on the Renault here. So this kind of works, and we'll make it work the best we can. You know, it allows us to get this field cleared. Like I say, we are selling these. This is the second field of 3. You stay on there, and yeah, we're doing all right. We're getting through it. It is actually quite responsive. It's just on the hydraulic spool valves here, and it's doing an all right job. I cannot complain this far. And I think we've got like 5 left, maybe. And yeah, we're getting them all cleared nice and easy there. So 1, 2, 3, only 4. Look at that, perfect stuff, nice and easy indeed. And then yeah, we'll get this all taken away. We're not that far away from the selling locations for these, so we can get that get them taken away nice and quickly there, and then we can go back and carry on with our harvest. That's next. A great big adventure there. There's one more field knocked down on the deck that we're going to get into that we'll need to it's actually been thrown around, so we're going to leave it for the day to dry out a little bit, and then we'll see what it's like for raking up tomorrow and getting the baler in there as well. We may actually have to buy a baler, because the baler that we currently have is leased through our one of our contracts, so we need to be a bit careful with that one. But with that being said, you know, we'll get these all picked up like those ones are like that. Alright, and then we can just take this around the corner nice and easily. We're using the Renault because for 2 reasons really. One, a lot more weight on this tractor, so it can handle these with a little bit more ease and comfort. And also 2, the trailer, when it's got those full load on, is quite heavy. So Ford would be able to pull it, but it might start to get thrown around a little bit, which is not what I particularly want. So to avoid that, we'll just do everything in this mighty beast of a Renault. And then we should be good. There we go. And then we'll go to left, nice and easy, look at that. And then yeah, like I say, quickly load them up, stick them away onto, like I say, all being sold here. I don't think we'll be keeping any of these, based off how the sales are going so far. I think what might end up happening is we'll probably end up keeping a lot of the bales from the 3rd field, I think. Which, as long as we get some to keep, so we can, you know, either use for sheep at some stage or another, or sell for ourselves, that would be cool. We have nowhere to store them inside right now, so that might not be the best approach. I am hoping between maybe this episode and the next one to buy a shed of some description, so we can get that. That would be a nice little add-on to have there. And then I would say with a shed in place, then somewhere we can store hay, straw underneath it, and even a couple more machines would be ideal. Don't quite know what that looks like yet. Alright, and that's lots of them picked up. I have been carrying a couple on here whilst I've been using the trailer, but with no real need to do that today, so we'll just stick them on there anyway. Should make it a little bit easier. So I did catch a tree actually on one load, which immediately knocked one of the bales off here. But yeah, what we'll do before we stick this lot up is just go and put some more ratchet straps on. As we know, never have enough of them. But look at that! It's not the worst thing in the world. It works. And it was, like I say, cheap. It was about half the price, if not more, of a low loader, of a front loader, beg your pardon. So, you know, it really did make a bit of sense. And we can keep a hold of this one. There you go. They'll not move anywhere. I'm sure we can get like a bag lifter attachment on here as well, so we can lift fertilizer with it, or fill up the seed drill when that time comes. And nice and easy. We'll stick these ones on about here. A bit lopsided, but anyway, they'll do. Lift it up on the hydraulics there. That's about the weight of the trailer. And we can just drive underneath and hook a trailer on as well. So it works out very well indeed. Once we have the trailer up there, we'll just lower this down ever so slightly so it's not interfering too much. We're sticking up too high. Works out pretty well, I find. And sure, yeah, I know everyone will be screaming in the comments saying, why not this? Why don't you just go for a straightforward front loader? Well, no, you're not wrong, but we'll get there. We will get there. Okay. That one on. And that one on. So as you can see in the contract menu here, this is the field that we've actually just cut and thrown around, but it's been completed somehow. So we'll just finish the bale in that one. This one is 59 and that one's 20% the way through. So some of the bales from here are going to have to go into there and we'll just have to keep going until it's done. It is what it is. Selling wise, we are here at field 28 and we need to be just down here. So what we've got to do is go back up the road, around and down. And then we're in just this little farm into the sell point here as well. So I guess it's kind of on the way for us. So we'll make it on the way. Now is that looking all okay there? We might. There you go. That'll do. I think let's take care of that. Perfect. Alright, so get the beacon on. Raw power. Absolute raw power. Where's my gate over here? There you go. So, like I say, we're gonna go up the hill, around the houses at the top there, and then back down the hill on the other side. Where we should be all good. Okay. I've got to cut that gate corner far too quickly. Let's get in to pick that one out a bit more first. I mean, it's not ideal for vision. Can't see an awful lot of what's happening there, but I guess we're out now. Oh, listen to her. I mean, that is full power, full speed. It is a 30k box. It wasn't built for speed, that's for sure. Not like that truck. Ooh, good heavens. But yeah, it is just good raw power at the very least. So we can still, when we are in the field, it has some use and some value to us. But for right now, not ideal. But just listen to the roar. Absolutely superb. And yeah, like I say, we are going to go and swing by and drop these ones off. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we might be able to close another contract off there. But we will just wait and see what that looks like. We'll also check out some sales as well, see if there's anything worthwhile that we can pick up. Because we do need a baler. With the nice big pottinger that we have right now is least when we finish these contracts and close them. Because obviously we need the money, we are going to lose that baler. So we'll have to look to see if there's any options out there for us. Something that we can pick up. But, you know, we'll have a look, see. Right now I'm going to just roll on down the hill to the store. And then we'll have a look at what this is worth for us. And see what we can do next. So we come through the village here. Lovely old village there. Some lovely old stone walls around this place as well. Lots of nice farms in different stages of use, really. Some modern big setups there, some derelict buildings that don't really look like we've seen much of a farm in any time recently at all. So quite interesting to see. We'll go around the corner here and keep following this road. And then there's a very small little turn that we need to take that, in all honesty, I've missed once already. But we won't miss it this time. He says confidently, we will get there. Look at that for a steep driveway. Wow. Okie doke. And then what we'll do, just coming up down here, I do believe. Let's not miss it again. Nearly missed it. Nearly. Alright, cool. And because I nearly missed it, I cut it too short again and just ripped off someone's gate post. I think they might notice. Alright, but we're through now. And I think we're just going around the corner. It's not the first one, it's the second one. So we'll just scoot through here. Nice large store here as well. I quite like that. Plenty of room to whip it around. All right, so they should all start disappearing, apart from 2. 1, 2. Excellent. And then we'll just come on and have a quick look, see if that's finished anything off here. It has. So field 130 is done. Now that is the one that we were leasing equipment on as well. They're all completed. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to go and have a look to see what's happening at field 70 then. But field 28 we can complete. That's lovely. Get some cash money in for that one. Field 130. We know we can collect that one as well. Let's gets rid of all the leased equipment. And then field 70, that is the mythical field. So we'll just complete that anyway. All right. And so we're done. There's a couple of small harvesting jobs as well, but we have our own harvesting to do. We're going to get started with our own harvest now, which is great. But that's really bringing in a bit more money as well. Let's have a quick peek as we come on into our finances. And here you go. So we have a loan as well, incredibly 200,000. So we need to pay that one off there. But we're looking at 128 grand. So it's gone up quite a bit, which is excellent. Give us a bit more working capital there. I think, like I say, now that we've returned the baler and the rake, we need also the baler and the tether, beg your pardon. We have a mower, so that's fine. We have a rake and we have a bale trailer, so we can do some jobs. But if I was to label any bits of equipment that are like the crucial next bits, because I have a basic fertilizer spinner as well, it would be a some kind of seed drill, and then maybe like a cultivator, or maybe a combination drill. So anyway, something that I can establish a crop with. And then it would also be a tedder and a baler. Now, I think I'll have to do a few more gigs before I can afford to get all of those, because that's quite a requirement. But anyway, needless to say, we'll have to have a think about that and see just what that looks like. Because there is an option out there for us, I'm absolutely adamant. We'll just have to do a bit of scouting around and see. We'll get back over to the yard and we'll check to see what's available on sales options for us as well. See if there's anything we can dig out for a little bit of a better cost. And then we'll get on with the rest of our harvest. All right, welcome back then. We're at the yard. We just need to get in. You'll see right ahead of us, we've already taken a start on the harvest. That's why we moved that gate post in. That makes that just a little bit easier. Took a headland off in a little bit, just to get us away. And it's, you know, it's given us a bit more room. And we filled the grain trailer by about a third, so there's still plenty of space. Right now, you'll see the rake's still there because that's ours, but the baler has disappeared, sadly. We'll just stick this back over here somewhere for now, because we'll need to be in and out. We can find some homes for all of this equipment somewhere soon, without ripping off the corner of the shed. Handy. Turn off the beacon. Alright. So yeah, the combine did well. We just had a bit of a test really to see how we get on. And then yeah, we're all coming into here, so we should be good. Before we go any further, the used sales market is not promising for the things that we need. Like I say, maybe a drill of some sort and a baler or key first really. That's going to be the really important next steps. We do need to... We don't have many animals, we don't need to worry about that, but... right now, the best baling option sadly is not that new, and it's probably looking down the line of maybe this class here. I don't want to go square baler yet because then I need to get an auto stacker and other equipment to go with it, so it's not ideal. But yeah, they are all a bit too pricey. That takes away half my budget, whereas 20 grand, 25 grand is definitely achievable. And then when we come to think a bit more around cultivators or even drills, there are a few different options there for us as well. Rollers, that might be a good option. That could work, so we'll have to think about that one. And then we will see. But yeah, there are a few things we need to look into there. And then the drill, I mean, even that's expensive for what it is. But I did bring in a few different bits and pieces and a few options available to us. So, you know, we might look at Amazon, but we'll have a few different things that we can have a go at there as well. Ideally, I mean, the Accords would be a logical option because it's so darn cheap. But we will see how we get on. That's a conversation though for a different day, I would suggest, because right now it's time to get the harvest going. So, not the biggest field in the world, but the biggest one that we have. There's a small field of oats over the way there as well. Weirdly, I'm gonna have a look at this. Let's see if it's actually still here or not. This is field 70 over the hedge here. Not that one, sorry, that's my field. This one over the hedge. and it did clear the grass away. So that's odd that it did that. But anyway, it's all done. And this is looking like a decent crop so far. Nothing incredible, but, you know, good enough for us. So we'll get a start with it. We will fire up the old beast and get this going. It's not a quick combine by any stretch. It does sound a bit good. It does sound a bit good. And call me old-fashioned, but old-fashioned combine, I'm going to stick the auger out from the get-go. What I might do is take off another couple of passes on this side and come back down along here. I think 4 headlands will be sufficient with this machine. Okay. And we are very much away. It's going to slow down a little bit here once it gets into it all. Perfect stuff. And so yeah, we are harvested, folks. This is our own stuff. We are underway here. I typically find it's a very cheap way to harvest. Like I say, about a third of a trailer already completed. This will probably fill up a trailer in a bit, given how that's going. And then you can see the field of oats through there. And not only it doesn't have a gateway through from here to there yet, it will do. Given time, we will get there. But right now, it does not. So I'll have to see what that looks like. It's a very simple machine to operate here, really. There's not too many machine or levers out there that you need to be aware of. But yeah, otherwise it's, you know, very straightforward. So for that, you know, I'm kind of happy, really. It's not much that can go wrong. So we will just keep an eye on it, keep it ticking through here, and then we'll be good to go. It's a bit dusty sitting on the seat here, but you know, it is what it is. We'll make it work. And then hopefully we'll see what this can do about any of those harvest contract jobs that are out there. If they're not too big, we might take 1 or 2, of course, just to get us back into the swing of things and get a bit more revenue in, because harvest season is the best season for us to try and really capitalize on any revenue making opportunities. So we'll have to see what that looks like. Yeah, really, it's going okay. Now we will just go around this way, and I think we'll be good to loop all the way around. I can't see any grain in my my grain monitors there, so we should be good. And now that we've got 2 headlands off here, we've got a little bit more space to work in with as well, so we should be absolutely fine just to thaw our way through here. And then yeah, we'll crack on. Like I say, hoping in a larger scale picture, obviously contracts are going to be a big significant part of our income, so we really need to capitalize on those, but then they're going to start to slow down over the winter months. So we need to start thinking about, with some of the money that we have left, how do we make some more money? You know, what can we diversify into? Could be solar panels. That's a significant investment, but you know, a continual income. Greenhouses maybe would be another option. Maybe some livestock. Thing with livestock where they do come with additional costs, machines that you need. Maybe new pens or something like this. But that could still be an option. And then, of course, there's a lot more grass requirements for hay, silage, if it's going to be cattle, sheep, or pigs. So there's a lot to think about there. So I need to really look into that one. We will try to do something with some of the space that we have over there. I've mentioned already, primarily, though, we need to think about storage space. What does that look like for a shed? To get some stuff under cover there as well, especially if we start to acquire more equipment. But we will see. Hoping to get a decent price. We've got to sell this grain straight off. We don't have anywhere to stick it. No sheds to put her in or anything like that. So we will be just carting it straight off to the stores. So we'll have to see on where we can find the best price for this. And then we'll be good to go. Straw we don't need at the moment either, so we'll bale that one up and we'll sell it as well. And I think, like I said earlier, we're going to have to pull the trigger on that baler sooner rather than later to get us into that position to do so. But otherwise, we'll keep going. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Somerset today. This evening, we are finishing off harvest. We are in a small little block of oats. You can see it's minute, really. We're just finishing off the last triangle, and that's for all of our own harvest, is that, really. Let's get a bit further around there first. We have not too much to do, so we're just getting this done. There's a few harvest contract jobs out there, but I don't think I'm going to take them at this time. because we've got a few things we want to do. We need to get into September. We need to start thinking about today's episode, which is going to be building up our farmyard. We have money left over. We did buy one more bit of machinery since we were last there. We bought a baler that we needed. And we're now in a position whereby hopefully we can progress forward and start to build up a farmyard. We need a new machinery shed. We want to bring some form of livestock in there and maybe some other kind of production chain. So we need to invest in that. So what we're going to do is finish up this last little strip of oats here. We're not going to sell the grain off straight away because we want to keep hold of that. Because we might have to use some of it to feed some livestock. But we'll see. We did sell off the wheat field behind us there. Ended up bringing in about a trailer load of wheat, which we sold for about £283 a ton, I think. So we got a little bit of money back there. But otherwise, it's a bit slow going. We've got no more baling contracts to do. We do have 2 of our own fields to mow and to bale. So we will be probably looking to do a bit of hay and silage to see what we can sell there, I should think. Because right now we definitely do not need it for anything for our own usage. And then yeah, we bought part of a shed. It's already been built. It's not finished. So we'll walk through that as well. We spent 10 grand on a shed from a local neighbor. And we're going to bring that one in and set that one all up and make sure it's all looking good. But today, yeah, it's a good stage for today. It's good for us to be able to actually finish off of this field. Now, you'll hear the bing and the lights on there. Can't see anything in the grain tank. I haven't had to empty anything out of this grain tank yet. So this field isn't yielding all too strong. But never really would expect it to, given the size of it here. So we can just get this done here. We've got the fields on the left and the right of me need to be baled. So we'll get into that one. We've also done a bit of alteration to some of our fields. You'll see the Fords ahead of us over there with a grain trailer. That is, oh, just a bit. That is a new gateway in there, because otherwise you have to come all the way around the road, which didn't really make much sense to me. So we're going to leave that. And then we might remove the gateway at the far end as well there. But lots of little changes have been made there anyway. We're going to be clearing up some yard space tomorrow. Felling a few trees down, having a bit of a fire going to get rid of some stuff. And we'll see where that leaves us. But right now, that looks like we're all good. So we'll just knock that off. That is, believe it or not, the last of harvest 2023 for us. Let's get the Ford in here. That sounds healthy, I'm sure that's fine. Alright. So we 40-plus-year-old harvester and it's just sailing along nicely. Wheat field has been finished, like I mentioned. We just got to bale it all. We do have a round baler now, like I mentioned, so we will get onto that when the opportunity is right tomorrow. There you go. Yeah, nice to have it all done. I was so very, very close to pulling the trigger on something, which wouldn't have been a great move. Well, it would have been, but not a wise move, I think it would be fair to say. Alright, and we'll just get that one unloading here. There you go. So yeah, I was looking at seeing any promotional options and sales that we could have there, and I nearly pulled the trigger on a loader here, but 30 grand on a loader. We're at about 90 grand after the shed's been removed and the baler. Whilst it would have been an interesting proposition there, it just would have been impractical. We don't need it at the moment. There's not enough work to be done. And for the way that we're doing a lot of contracts at the moment, it's a second machine that we'd have to move around. It just doesn't really make any sense in that respect. So decided against it in the end. Whether or not I regret that at some stage, we'll have to wait and see. We'll just get that folded in before we go past the tractor there. Then move this out of the way, stick it near the header trailer there. We don't need to shift this today. Like I say, we have nothing else that we need it for at the moment. But nice cheap combine, doing a nice bit of work for us, clearing everything off that we need there, and then we can, we'll see how we go. I was thinking actually when I was harvesting the wheat field that we might keep this a bit longer than anticipated, maybe stick the cab on it and see where we go from there. But at the same time, if something very promising comes through from a contract stamp or a sales standpoint, and we can afford it, we'll see where that goes. But otherwise, done some good work for us today. And I imagine we've probably got half a trailer load of oats in here right now, so it's almost not worth taking away until we know what we're doing for sure. But anyway, let's get out of here. We'll bring the baler in tomorrow, get the straw baled up everywhere, get that stacked up as well. We'll sell that when the going's good. We'll have to check the market to see when that will be. And then, yeah, we need to lease a wrapper, I think, because I do fancy jumping in and making some silage with these two fields here. Maybe we'll do a little bit of hay, but we'll see. We did return the tether as well, so if we were to do hay, we would need to find a tether from somewhere. But you'll see that ahead of us, we have now got a fancy little A-frame in place. Not a very big shed, but a great shed for what we need. So we're going to come back to that tomorrow morning, where we can walk through what that looks like and see what the plan of attack is going to be for making our new yard. And so good morning, welcome to September. We are now standing in where our new yard's going to be. Now this A-frame has been erected quite quickly here, but it's bought from a local farm. I spent £10,000 on this old shed, which I think is a great deal considering for the seller really. It's a very small shed. It's going to have 3 walls around it on this side, the back, and up this side here. So we're going to enter each bay from here. We're going to use it to store machinery and bales in, and then it gives us a good starting point because right now you can see our new baler, our new rake and mower all outside. I want to get those all tucked in under the dry. Tractors will probably stay where they are in there. That seems to work okay. This shed I'm not sure what we're going to do with yet either, but we might want to get this opened up a little bit more maybe. I don't know, but we'll see about that. But what I did need to do is move a couple of trees because I want to make a little bit more use of this space here. You'll see the big skips going with all the rubbish in it as well, all the scrap metal. So right now we're kind of getting into a bit of a better place with everything. Diesel tank has diesel in, which is good because the Ford needs some. And yeah, and we can store a few small bits and pieces under here too. So we're going to continue to try and do that. But what we need to do today is just fell this last tree here. That nearly killed me. And then we're going to clear all that up, get it onto here. We've got a fire that we're going to get going as well, just so we can really get everything tied up nice and neatly. I'll cut through that one as well, get this all on, and we'll get this burning up and away. And in that time, we can also think about what the next steps will be for really kicking on here and making a little bit of an actual working yard. Because right now, we've just been making do with what we have here, really. There you go, get you over onto the fire pit. And you can go over there too. Alright. Bit of a mess to tidy up here, but we'll get that done. And just thought about leasing the JCB in to do this again, but realistically it's just a waste. We can get it all done here. Stick you over there as well. I mean, that's a bit aggressive, but we can get that one trimmed down a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so we'll just get this all looped in. I got some a little bit of petrol, not the best thing to put onto a fire to get it going, but it's gonna get it going. So we'll try it, and then we'll see how we're looking there. We get this all burning away. Tires aren't going on. We're waiting for those to be disposed of still. No, is there anything left over there though? Ah, there is a bit. Okay. And then yeah, but let's get this burning, and then we're on to the important piece really for today, which is designing our yard, building up how we want it to be, and making sure we can get everything in that we need, and deciding how much we're going to invest as well. So we'll get this all done, and then we can get into the fun bit. All right then, it is a burning. It's a bit aggressive. It's more aggressive than perhaps I was thinking it would be, but it's away anyway, which is good. We can leave that to go. We're just going to keep an eye on it to start to simmer down a little bit. It's away from all the sheds as well, so we should be fine there. But yeah, it is a burning, which is the main thing. That's what we wanted to see. Okay, so we'll leave this just to rumble on a little bit there and try and make sure that some of these, the foliage here burns away. Some of those pallets should start to go fairly quickly, one would assume. And then we should be looking quite good. What we do need to do, like I mentioned there, is just get all this burned up there. We'll keep an eye on it, make sure it keeps closing in over rather than out over. So we can be sure that we're in a better place and nice and safe here. I think the tractor will be okay there. There's a bit of heat coming off here though. I wonder if I should maybe move that, or if it's a bit too late for that. Yeah, best case maybe we just stay a little bit close to it here. Anyway, with that being said, you know, otherwise at the moment there we're looking all good. What we do need to do now is think about a few things. I want to get some livestock in here. We're going to finish building the shed over the next month or so. So we should see this one coming in soon, and by the end of September there, we'll be able to have this fully working. Just have to slowly continue to add on the panel in there and finish everything up so it looks good. We need to do a couple of things. We need to decide upon what our approach is going to be. decide upon how we're going to make something from our through the winter months there. And you know, we can't rely on contracts every day of the week, and certainly our own land isn't quite that sustainable just yet. So we need to see what we can do as far as that's concerned. At some stage we need to get a house as well. We're looking at around about 96 grand at the moment in the bank account. Now we need to consider that we don't have anything for drilling yet. We need a drill of some description. So what we might do is, first of all, just have a look at some of the contracts that we have available, see what we can take on to just diversify or increase the quantity of land. There's a baling gig coming in for silage bales as well. Interesting. 102. How big is 102? So 102 is this one here. It's not particularly big field at the very top, but so that might be an option for us there. And like I mentioned, we were considering getting a wrapper in of some sort for us to be able to finish our own jobs as well. So maybe that's an option. A lot of ploughing contracts. We don't have a plough, and one drilling contract. And like I say, harvesting gigs right now, we just don't have the opportunity for that at the moment. So maybe we'll come back to that. Field 88 structure is being quite large. Anything on the sales market again? Oh, there's a new tanker coming in. We don't need that one, but that would be pretty handy. And all this, I mean, I've got a rake there. We're looking pretty good. What I want to do though, whilst we're here, is think about our livestock options too. But I think what we'll cut that bit out. So I think what we'll do is we have a walk around here, decide where we're going to stick. There's a couple of, I think we're going to go for hens to start with, because they're fairly low maintenance, and we can just get them set away and leave them, which I think is going to be important for us to do here. Just wondering if we maybe stick there like a hen house here. That could work. And it's kind of out of the way a little bit, but it's still in good location. So we might look just to stick that there, and we can then just leave a V, or even maybe along here. That could work out quite well as well. The one I'm thinking, I don't think it's going to need too much space, so we can try that one. We'll get this fire taken care of and let it kind of slowly burn away there, and then we can see what the next stuff looks like. Alright, so the fire is done. We're controlled and looking safe there now. No more need to panic or calls for alarm. We've got a little bit more area to work with here, which is good. We will get some of the grinder stumps out when we can. That will be all well and good. But for now, yeah, we just need to, well, see what we're going to do with this area. Like I say, shed's looking good. First thing I think we're going to look into is this attaching or nailing down where we're going to put this hen house. So I think we had a good idea there earlier on, so we can get that one stuck in and in place now. It's nice and small. It's quite cheap as well for what it is, but it still holds 40 hens, so not a huge number, but you know, sufficient I would say. I'm not spending 25 grand on that because it seems like an awful lot of money. So with that being said, let's go for that. That's 40, that's 30. You know, maybe we just stick one of these in. Won't get too much, but it'll be better than nothing, I suppose. So if we can just spin ourselves around here, I'm thinking, like I say, somewhere around here. Keeps it out of the way a little bit. It's but you know, I'm assuming they're all just free roam. So do we go there, or do we go? No, let's go. Let's stick it there, shall we? If it'll let us, or even about there, and then that way we can. Alright, so they're in. Takes out a little bit of this corner of this field, but in all honesty, this field's going to be slowly squared off there, I think, anyway. Not fully here. We'll try and keep the bend in there of the road. I'm actually thinking of putting some, because we knocked down 2 trees there. I want to plant some more trees in and around here anyway. So that might give us a bit more of like a tree alleyway. But that's fine. I'm happy with that. And that'll allow us to get some animals in there. So let's go and do that right away. Get them all set up and working. I think I'm going to come over here somewhere. There you go. Let's go for 39 of you and 1 Jeff Rooster. There you go. What a guy he is. Perfect. Alright, so they're all good. Now they are going to need some grain. I'm not sure if oats will actually do it, so we'll have to see. Can I go into here? Yes, I can. Oh, sweet. Well, that's cool. So yeah, we'll get them some hen feed soon, which probably means that we don't need the oats, because I think it's going to be wheat or barley, so we can probably just take that away and get a little bit more money come back in. That trailer load will pretty much pay for everything we've just got in there, which is kind of cool. Let the free range gals do their thing. I think that, like I say, plant a few more trees as well, just to make this to offset what we just felled there. So we'll go down to decoration. I do have an apple tree. Which should bring us in a little bit of revenue there. It costs a lot of money, but then the offset of about 1,200 bucks a month, 1,200 pounds a month would really kind of bring it back over time. We'll stick one there, and then maybe one more. Can I get through there? Okay. All right, just two because, like I say, they are expensive for now, and we can still get everything in there. That'll be fine. Okay. So we, like I said, try to bring in a little bit of extra revenue source. See what that looks like and how that works. That'll be fantastic. Right now, what we look like in our sales here, still no changes. 81,000 there. We do at some point need to get a house as well. I'm thinking that when we start to get into a position where we can afford more sheds, but when the shed's finished, these machines are obviously going to go back into there. If we have silage bales, they'll probably just get stacked up along here and keep that as it is, which will be okay for me. And I wonder if we will probably put a fence or a wall up along there as well. Maybe a bit of a gateway out into here so we can eventually just completely block off that other side there. There will be another shed of some description going up around here as well. I might just angle it in off the back of this one and out into a 90-degree there. And then that one may well allow us to put something in here as well. Maybe a livestock pasture or something. But I'm also thinking about the possibility of bringing a greenhouse in or two. I do like those. They're a good different avenue for revenue, so I think it's something that we should always be looking into. Again, the question is where. Want to be in good sunlight, of course. I'll have to figure out what that looks like there. I might as well just get that fence to continue around there actually and stick it in. I'll fence in the old hensies. So my options are at the moment that we can either stick a greenhouse into here, or we can stick a couple actually maybe over into the entrance of that field over there, a little bit shaded perhaps. I think this might be the better location in terms of this light and natural light that they're going to get. So that might well be something we look into. Before we spend that money, because it's going to be about another 12 grand, I just want to make sure that we're in a position that we have everything that we need for the upcoming months, really, from a machinery standpoint. So when we start to think about drills, that would have been perfect, but damn, it's expensive. Way too much money there. Again, an awful lot of money there. What's that? That's a 4 meter wide. That could nearly do a job. Everything else is too big and shiny. These Accords or the Caverns also would do well. So that might be an option there. We just need to figure out what we can do from a cultivation standpoint as well. So let's do that first. Again, all rather expensive. So maybe we look at a different way there. We just got a regular cultivator there, so we can look into cultivators. What's that going to be? 3 meters wide? That might well do it. Probably one of the cheapest options there. 15 grand though. That's still quite expensive. Keep going through the list, see what else we have. Ooh, no. This is a bit narrow. So I think we'll end up having to lease something here, you know, just to get it started with. There's a lot of money tied up in drills here, which I don't particularly want to do. So we'll probably just end up leasing one when we get around to it, I think, for the drill. Bale wrapper as well is something that we was thinking about. So let's have a quick look at that option. Again, always a little bit expensive. Now that would, for the number of bales we're going to do, that might well work well. Certainly be a good option there. 20. Yeah, that might be something we end up going with there as well. Okay, so lots to think about there. Nothing really in sales that we can rely upon there. If I do that next baling contract as well, that can pay for a big chunk of this. It's about 6 grand, I think it was. So that might be something worth looking into. And then the sales of our own bales as well might kind of get us up to a good position there too. So it's 16 grand over the trailed version, which would be 27 or 22. I wonder if we're going to do that, just the trailed version might work out a little bit better, a little bit faster. I've gone for it. Oh boy, spending a lot of money here. All right, so we'll get some contracts done. We'll get some baling done. Let's move this trailer actually, and we'll stick one greenhouse down in the sun out the way here, and then we'll leave it at that for now. And that'll be a good place for us to go. We can then also look into a few different bits and pieces as we get into the winter months there. You know, right now I think we'll just get going with some of this contract work here. We'll lease a drill in as and when we're ready. We might buy a small plow, or you know, by the time we get into a position where we can really get going with our cultivation work, we'll double check that back to see what that looks like. A cultivator or something has to be purchased though, without doubt. So we'll cross that bridge. Can do though is just get this moved out the way. And don't forget, yeah, we can go and sell off the trailer load of oats today as well, so that'll get us back into some positive. And then, yeah, I'm looking forward to having everything set up here, getting the sheds done so we get all the machinery out of the way, getting those silage bales of our own baled so that we can then move on and get those inside. That'd be rather cool. And really just start to take advantage of the machinery that we own and making that kind of count for us a bit here. I've come into the wrong area. There you go. Productions. Greenhouse. So 4 grand. 6 grand for a double. That doesn't seem too bad. That's the front there. Then I'm thinking if we keep this here, we can still get another shed kind of at 90 degrees to the one we're currently building. And then, you know, that gives us a bit of an opportunity to, yeah, like I say, still get something directly up there. And then if we need to, over time, as I mentioned, I think we'll end up coming out here a bit more and using a bit more of this field up, but that's for a different day. You know, when we can actually afford to do a bit more. Let's get a little bit of groundwork done here though, make this look a bit smarter. And then I think we're in a position where let's come together. Let me know what you do, if you want to add anything there or what options I should take. But this is all just a bit of a trial and error right now. Need to just start getting a little bit more revenue coming in. And then we'll get to that bit when we can there as well. And so yeah, what that will be us kind of taking a few precautionary steps there to make sure that the farm is able to look after itself. So we'll get that running sooner rather than later. We need to go and take a trip to the store to get some seeds. What we'll do right now though is go and head off and sell our oats. Then we get the baling started. Then we can really, you know, get this farm up and running a bit more. Get everything put away. Get the hens fed. I put a fence up along here as well just before. And what we'll likely do is once we get all the straw baled up is just fence these lot in here a bit better and change the shape of the field around the corner there as well. So that should all be looking good. But yeah, it's coming together bit by bit. It doesn't happen overnight and we're, you know, it's starting to take a bit more shape. We need to figure out what in the world has happened to that gate though. We are refueling the run out. We've been busy over the last few days with this thing. It did a lot of work for us. So we need to fill her up. And looks like we should be pretty good there now actually. Let's just make sure. Perfect. Okay. So we've got the bale trailer on the back. Reason for that being is that we are off to go and, well, we're not going to get any bales carted yet. We are in a big job. Biggest job that we've taken on so far, and it's a little bit of a stretch for some of my gear. But it's a big hay job at the moment, and I think I've decided as well, we'll come back to this at some stage, but this gateway is going to change. I'm going to move its location, but for right now, we're a bit tight there, but we're through. We're going to a field that was probably about 25-30 acres. This is the third contract that we've got on the go at the moment. 2 of them are done, but for reasons I'll get into shortly, they haven't been collected yet. And this one's a big one. This one's worth quite a lot of money. So we are about a third of the way finished baling. We've been hindered a little bit with weather. So we stopped baling yesterday and there's a little bit left on the floor thrown around. So we're going to jump on in and we will get it raked up now, and then we can get it baled and get everything, get it all carted away at some stage there. So that's on the list of things to do. We've been backwards and forwards to this field so many times I have forgotten already, it seems. It's just absolutely bonkers, but it is what it is. And hopefully, like I say, this will allow us to really make some good ground. But I've been a bit crazy. I've spent a lot of money of late. Some things which were necessary. We have a second shed now in the yard, which is good. Another $10,000 shed, which is a good thing. Well, I spent a lot of money on something I didn't think I was going to do there, but what this contract has shown me is that it's just necessary. And we've been doing a lot of handling work of late as well, so this just makes more sense. But I have bought a telehandler. It's a Schaefer. It's back at the yard. We'll have a look at it when we get back over there. But it was on a great deal. It was on sale. So it cost me about £29,000. So right now we don't have much money left at all. But the good news is, and I'll show you in a moment on the contracts, I have a lot of money tied up in contracts that we're about to finish. When they get finished, that will pretty much get us back up to parity where we were. Well, that is the idea. You'll see that the Ford's down here with the Bale already. And you'll see that we've got the headlands done. And we've got a little chunk out the middle. We stopped doing any more because, yeah, it was just getting to the point where it looked like the weather wasn't going to be with us. So we didn't take any more. And this Renault is going to go on to the rake now. And we can get this field ready to go, really. So that is the plan. And then, yeah. Right now we have a lot of bales around, not only on contracts. This is the only field of contract bales that we have left to clear. The rest of them have all been taken. And then we have our own straw and our own silage has been baled up as well and wrapped up. That needs to be brought back to the yard as well. Now I do need to get a new bale grab so I can actually handle those without puncturing them. That's on the to-do list. But right now, we just need to get this field finished. It's a big field. It is a brute of a field there. There's no denying it. So it's going to take a little bit of working through. Like I say, we've done... we took 6 headlands off here, and then we've also got a little chunk out the middle too. So, you know, we've broken the back of it a little bit. And we'll get this done. So we're going to go in this way here. And try and get this rolling up as quickly as possible. And so we can get in the baler. Then we'll take this back with the rake on, park that one up. And then we'll probably bring the loader down so we can get some bales stacked, I think. That is the idea. We did sell the 3-point linkage loader that we had because it was just, with the amount of bales that we are moving now, it's getting a little bit, just a little bit impractical, really. So it made sense for us just to move away from that option. And yeah, we'll see how we get on. Surely it's going to be a big investment and will allow us to really kind of expand out our operation to a few different areas should we need to. And also with cultivation work coming around, like we needed some for fertilizer to shift that around, and also to load bags of seed and things like that. So lots of reasons behind it. It just seems like we've spent a lot of money of late. We've gone from being comfortably at about 100 grand. With a few changes there, we're now sitting just at around £12,000 in the bank account. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time coming up for sure. But yeah, like I say, we'll get a few more contracts underway. Hopefully there's 3 more baling gigs I'm going to try and get on a lot smaller fields than this one as well, which would be handy because, yeah, like I say, this is probably just a bit of a stretch for our gear. You know, bigger mowers, the tether's fine, but a bigger rake, bigger baler as well would probably be great. But, you know, the aim was that we're going to stay on smaller stuff. But this one came around through the owner of one of the small fields that we did previously. And so, you know, couldn't really turn it down because we want to stay in the good graces there. So, which is what we've done, which is handy. So we will hopefully continue to stay that way and get some more of these smaller gigs coming through as and when. And then we'll be able to expand the empire over a little bit more time. The greenhouses are in. We just need to get a few little bits and pieces to get those going as well. One of the sheds is finished. The other one just has the A-frame up there, but it will come together fairly quickly, I have no doubt. And then, yeah, we should be good. So it's very interesting to see, you know, the direction we're going to be taking here and start to think about the next stages, next equipment that we might need. But, you know, for that, there's, of course, lots for us to get going through with still. But what I think we'll do is just, we're also going to navigate through these bales. I should have pushed these over to the side, but I was just more keen than anything else to get it done because it was getting a little bit touch and go with some of the weather. So, but we'll get this road up as much as we can. and then get this back on over to the other yard, park it up there, and get the baling going there. So we'll show you what we've got over at the yard there in just a moment, and then we can take it from there and discuss the plans. Right now, like I say, we're on with the rake. We'll keep going through some of this, see how we get on, and yeah, you know, it's busy at the moment, but that's the way you want to be. We jumped straight on into the Ford to get Bale while the weather was good. Everything looked fit. We didn't need to waste any more time. It's come through quite nicely, really. Just a few acres left to go. And then we'll be all good. Quite a number of bales on here as well. So it's going to take some stacking up. I don't know, based on how the contracts work here. Obviously, there's always a few bales left over. I don't know what it's going to look like here. But what we're going to try and do is take one very full load away first. And then we'll see what we're looking like from there. Because that might already do with what we've already sold elsewhere. So we'll have to see. But yeah, we've got about half a dozen rows left to go. Fair number of bales scattered around the place. That's going to be a busy old afternoon, getting those carted away before the rain comes again. Got due some more today. I was very little bit late last night, but not a great deal. But there's certainly more on the way, more planned. But yeah, look at the size of this swath. Very slowly begin to kind of drag and wrap up on the pickup hitch there, and a little bit as well underneath, so we've got to be careful and keep an eye out for that one. Otherwise, all tractors flying along here. We're gathering up the hours pretty quickly on this Ford as well. The Renault's had about 5 hours put into it so far, so that's kind of kicking them up there. A lot of mowing and hay work with that. So yeah, lots of progress being made really at the moment, which is good. Alright, so yeah, we'll get this one done, and then, like I say, we'll take one of these machines back. I'm not sure which one first. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. And then we'll bring the new loader down as well, so we can get that one all set up, ready to go. And then we should be in a much better position to really take advantage of this and get moving. I do need to hire in a drill at some point and a cultivator as well, so we can get a bit of a start on our own ground. That is going to be important that we get that going sooner rather than later. But we'll try and plan around that one effectively. But yeah, we'll get this all finished up now anyway, and then we'll get back on over to the yard and show you the new gamble and get this show on the road a bit further. Alright, and well, that is the field done. Quite a bit of hay on there, and it's going to lead to a lot of stacking and carting, but hopefully very lucrative to get the farm back up to where we should be. So let's get ourselves back in. And away we go, I suppose. Just decided to take this one because why not, really? There we go, pick up this down. Yeah, take this back. This one probably needs a bit more diesel in it as well anyway, so we can take that back on over and get ourselves all set up there, ready to go. Nothing else is on the deck at the moment, and we'll get this field cleared. Go and get a check for the contracts that we worked on anyway there and get ourselves all set up there, and then we should be fine. But yeah, at the moment there, this is all the last of the work. What we do need to do is clear up bales. I've got all of the bales for this contract here. I've got our silage bales that we need to stack, as I mentioned. Straw to stack, because we're not going to sell those all straight away. We want to wait to see when we can actually get rid of them. What that looks like. We've also got another field of our own grass to cut. I think that might go into hay. Just to have a little bit of variation in what we're going to be selling. But yeah, we'll see how that looks, really. You know, we can see when the phone starts to ring about what we can do for prices and what we can sell there, but that will be the preferred option. I do want to do a bit more work around the yard. I'll show you what we've done and what we've changed as well. The hens have been a bit productive since we got them in as well, which is great. But there is a little bit of scope really for us to get a bit more money from them. But also, we're just gonna go over the road here. We just need to change the layout because the gateway's proven to be a little bit tricky to get in and out of now that we've got a big hole in it somehow, which I think came from when we rehomed and moved the apple trees here, which by the way have started bringing in a little bit of money, which is great. That is always very welcome to see. And we'll just spin this into here. I need to go out on the truck soon as well and pick up a few things for the farm as well. We need to sort out the water source so we can get the greenhouse going too. That's one last thing we need to look into. But yeah, I'm thinking of maybe bringing a bit more of an enhanced entrance through those two tree posts there, really. Certainly what I'm thinking of, at least. But anyway, into the yard we go. Little stack of silage bales have started there, but then I really wanted to make sure that we weren't piercing them and get a proper bale grab, so I have to do that. Combine's not moved yet. We need to get that brought down. That's obviously finished for now. Yeah, we will see. We're getting there though. It's a small yard at the moment, but we don't really need anything bigger. And there it is. That is our gamble. Can you believe it or not there? That is our new loader. It's a Schaefer. It's nice and small and handy and compact for what we need, but can still lift a good weight on the front of it. But we went for it. It's much easier to load up with this than it is with what we had already. And it should be nice and agile around the farm here too. So yeah, we've gone for it. We'll see how we get on, but yeah, I'm happy with it so far. What we've done with it at the moment. As you can see out here, we've got straw to move, so that needs to get stacked up probably into one of these sheds. One shed is finished, the other one just needs a roof now. But yeah, we're gonna have to get a little bit creative with how we store some equipment in here because we are using up quite a bit of space for just a tether. So we'll have a look, see when we get everything finished here from a harvest standpoint, then we can have a play around. The combines have to come in as well, like I mentioned there, and things have to be moved around here, but we'll get that one done. But yeah, it's nice to have a yard that's kind of coming together. So what we're going to do, we'll probably leave the Ford right around here for now, to be honest. We can maybe even, yeah, we'll just get that moved out of the way a touch. Because ultimately, we did need to come up with a load there, but we're going to head off. We're going to go back down to where we've come with the loader. Yeah, we can get going again once more. But yeah, I didn't really want to do this. I thought we'd get by. Many of you would be screaming, well, why didn't you just get a front loader? But tractors I have don't really fit it very well. The Ford could, but I want that to keep that agile as possible without loader on there. And this was 28, 29 grand. New loader and everything goes with it. It's about 5 or 6 grand. And then, you know, you've got to always think about which tractor you're taking down to load things up with. And the amount of bale work that we're doing right now, you know, this will pay for itself there. So I am very, very confident of that. And we will see, you know, hopefully that will be the case then. We'll be able to make, really start to get this to make its own money. And we'll take it from there. But for right now, at least, we're going to get some bales stacked up and get this ready to go. And hopefully we're going to bring in a bit more money. If I just stop here and show you what we're looking like as well from a contract perspective, because that is where it accounts really at the moment. We got these 3 on the go. This one and this one. Well, this one's 99% finished, can you believe? But these ones were all well done as well. The field that we're in right now is 33, which is nearly complete. So, you know, one good trailer load will probably finish off those 2 contracts, I'm hoping. So if that is indeed the case, we can expect to see a bit more progress there. So we'll have a lot of bales of hay left over, which we might just sell straight off the bat just to get it done. And then we can, move on, recoup some money, get that bank balance looking an awful lot healthier, and then see what's left in store for us next. So we'll do that. But for right now, we're going to get cracking. Let me know what you think down below in the comments as to what we should do next as well in terms of a bit of growth, and what you think of our lovely little loader here, and if I was a bit of an idiot for making the move here. Well, a very good evening from a beautiful Somerset Castle at sunset, as we are... Well, we're cutting a few silage bales away to be sold today. We've been busy since we were last here. We've finished the contract, we've cleared a lot of bales away, stacked our own straw up, and we've even cleared away all of our silage bales. These are the last to be sold. We've kept about a trailer load, and we'll get into ride later on. But we're just going to take these ones away to the nearest store just to get them sold, get a little bit of extra money coming in. We've got one more contract to start tomorrow, which will be another baling contract, but we're not going to do that today. We've got some other things to do this evening. We've got some new, some leased equipment that we need to use. And Lord, that felt like a bit of a rock over there. It wasn't that bad, but so yeah, we need to try some new hired-in equipment that we have to get ready for our next crop, which I've decided will not be planted until springtime. But yeah, the plan is still there anyway, that we need to get ahead of the schedule so we can do that. And then we can move on to any other contract work that might come in after that as well. The main reason I'm doing that is well, right now, we don't have a great deal of money. Since we cashed everything in, since we finished all those contracts there and did a few more, did one more actually and got it all cleared up as well, which was just around the corner from the yard, so it made sense. We're sitting around about 50,000. So we're looking a lot better than we were. We've climbed right back up and we're looking good. So we will continue to try and work on that, see what we can get done. After we sell this load off here, there's one more field of our own as well that we can cut. And to be honest there, we will likely put into silage. A little bit more value, and we'll probably just keep hold of it for now as well. And we can sell that when we need to, or, if demands improve. Over you go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So yeah, this is the first thing we're going to do. Then we're going to go back to the yard. We've got a bit of tidying up to do around the yard, move a header trailer back out the field and find somewhere to store that. The combine's in the shed now as well. So harvest is done, pretty much. It's been a busy one. It's been a productive one. And we've done an awful lot of baling, but we're nearly there. So we'll see how we continue. I believe off that big hayfield you joined me with it the last time there, we loaded 2 full trailer loads, which was good. 2 full trailer loads and then a little bit, not too much, but there was something there anyway. So that was good. So that allowed us to make a good bit of money, sell some extra as well, and really can dig ourselves out of that hole we put ourselves into. But I'm quite pleased that we've done that and we made those steps, if only because it allows us to continue to advance the farm, make some bigger strides, get some better equipment in where possible, that kind of thing. And we, I do kind of believe we're doing that. Excuse me, lady. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is going to go around the corner. No clue what we're going to make for this. Whatever we make will just be a nice little extra. I don't think it's that one. I think it's the one around here. Yes. I'm going to. Bump, bump, bump. And then. Boom, 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 boom. Right, they've been sold. I'll do a quick click there. That made me 2,500 for that trailer load. I'll take it. I will take it. It's paid for a couple of things that we have sitting in the yard that have been hired in, which we'll need, so that's good. And all right, so what we're going to do is take this on back over to the farm on the exact same road that we've just been on there. Park this trailer up somewhere as well. Won't be needing this again for a little bit. And then, yeah, let's figure out where we're going to park some things and what the next few steps look like. The problem is this road, whatever happened to the pathway here was not ideal. You can get in through here because I've made it a little bit wider, but yeah, it's not the best. So the plan is still, once we get all the other contract work done, is to move it, rip up a bit of this hedge, replant some hedge over there, and then in between those two tree stumps, which is why I've left them there really, as a bit of a guide, is just to bring a sweeping track into there. And then really, where they are is about perfect for, you know, where I want the hedges to swing into. So it gives us a big, large area in which we can turn on into there. So that is the plan. But as you can see, the sun is slowly setting. Here's a beautiful evening, and there's a couple of bits of equipment in the yard that aren't mine. I've hired them in, but we're going to be using them as we get ourselves ready to go for harvest, or for planting and ultimately harvest next year. First of all is the McConnell hedge cutter. We've got this for a few reasons. There's a few narrow lanes and hedges I've been asked to trim around here, but also I want to just go around and tidy up the insides of our two fields and do a little bit of trimming on the riverbank on the silage field that we cut. So that's the first one, and like I say, there's a few smaller contracts that we can tidy up there as well with that, which is great. But then the second piece is this right here. It is a harrow, and we're going to be using this to establish a bit of a cover crop in our cereal fields. We're going to be putting down oilseed radish here, and we're just going to leave it for the next, well, where are we now? September, next 4 months, 5 months, and then we'll be putting some spring barley in here next year. So that's going to leave it. It's going to work its magic in terms of providing a bit of a nitrogen fixation into the soil with the big open canopy it'll have on the plant, but also the roots are going to penetrate really deep down to take out any, will hopefully aid any compaction issues that we have. So that is the plan. One thing I do want to get sooner rather than later is a pressure washer. Some of this equipment needs a bit of a blast down. The combine is a little long for the shed, but it's in. It'll stay like that for now. I've got nowhere else to put it really. We've kept this is all the straw that we made. We've kept that, and we've also kept this handful of round baled silage here as well, along with whatever we'll make on the fields over there. Main reason being, in case we may find a way to get some livestock. In all honesty, then if we can, well, I want to be in the position that we can actually do something. We don't need to suddenly panic and buy anything there. If we don't do that by the kind of next spring, then they'll just get sold when they can. But I thought that made a little bit more sense just to have that on one side. Now I need somewhere that I can, this long bale trailer might just go there. And I'm thinking of sticking the header trailer out the way down there as well. But for now, this trailer will be needed again. This field that we're in now, we're not going to be plowing or drilling into the exact same amount of ground. We're going to take a little bit back here so we can make a better bit more yard space really. So that will be coming along, but for right now at least we can just stick this in here. We'll be probably picking this back up tomorrow anyway, I would imagine. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stuff. And then that means, yeah, Marston trailers here as well. So we might, if we can, find a way to hardcore some of this. We can't get around there anyway, but you know, we'll see what we do. Chickens have made one full pallet so far. It's been away. We're just waiting to see when the next one will arrive. That's rather exciting. And then yeah, we're gonna go and pick up the header trailer that's tucked away in the field over there, just to get it out of the way. There you go. Yeah, everything's cleared here. These fields are ready to go. That field there, it's not going to have too many bales in it. So I think for a field similar size that I actually did for a contract the other day, I think I got maybe 8 or 9 out of it. So if I can get the same again, you know, that'll do us. That'll be all that we need. And then, yeah, we can just chalk those up with the rest of them. No, at the moment there, I don't have a bale squeeze of any sort. I have been just spiking them and then having to put tape on them afterwards to seal them up again. Not ideal by any stretch, but you know, this is where we are. Alright, that'll do. Wonderful stuff. We'll just go and park this stuff out of the way as well. And really, we're just making some good progress. That's all we're doing. We're kind of getting ourselves set up here. The contracts are still coming through, just a little bit slower. I have a lot of the smaller contracts that have been really good. Made some great acquaintances there, so we can look to capitalize on that next year as well. But having the smaller equipment has really helped in that regard. And all being well. Oh yeah, like I said, I bought a trailer as well. I bought this water bowser so that I can actually water my greenhouse, because they weren't going anywhere. And now you'll see they are flourishing, which is great. Very, very happy about that. Okay, let's squeeze you in. Both of our sheds are finished now as well, so that was 20 grand of investment right there. They're not big sheds by any stretch. As you can see, they get filled up pretty quickly by an implement, but it certainly helps. It's getting some things under cover there, so that's pretty much all we can ask as a start. Oh, there's not really not much space for anything else in here, is there? I wonder if I can get that any closer towards the shed. Sure I can. Alright, that'll do it. That will do it. Perfect. Whoop. I would like it to be undercover. In all honesty, it's been undercover all of its life, really. It's just not going to be. I haven't got the space yet. It'll do. It's got some shade here anyway. If we can find a sheet to stick over it, we will. There you go. We're out the way there. Happy days. And then we'll just actually this tractor's hopefully going to take that harrow. I managed the tether okay, so it should take this without a problem. And we're not going to go out in this right now. We're going to go out and get a bit of work done in the Renault and see how we get on there. But never hurts to get ourselves all ready to go. Now you could in theory get like a subsoiler to establish this as well, but A, there costs a lot more to hire in because of wearing metals and things. B, you need a lot more power as well for like the same, for even like a 3 meter, what would they be, like 4 or 5 leg subsoiler? That Renault's not going to pull it, so that didn't make any sense. But here I'd say we're looking pretty darn good. Alright, we can just stay there for now. Must be lovely up there this evening, I bet. I've left my light on. Perfect. Okie dokie. So yeah, like I say, one more job that we need to do is for hay. I mean, it's mid-September now. It's going to be a challenge, but we'll try. Next few days looks pretty decent anyway, so we'll see what we can do for that. And then there was talk of maybe some third cut silage, but we will see. But anyway, I like the fact that we've got a whole fleet of hay making equipment. So there's not really much that we can't do, which is pretty ideal for me, I think. I like the look of that, and then we'll be able to get going. What I will do right about now, before we forget, is let's just look at getting our pressure washer in. They're expensive, but keeps everything looking tidy. The only thing I don't have, though, is a place to park the mower indoors, so that might end up having to stay outside, which doesn't sit well with me, but here we are. Alright, now we have a pressure washer. Look at that. Happy days. So, what we're going to do, we're going to head on out there. We're going to get a bit of tidying up done with the Renault. Beautiful evening for it. And there we go. Like I said, this is a hired-in machine. It's not ours by any stretch, mainly because we just don't need it for more than a day. And we'll be looking to kind of do that with a lot of the equipment that we acquire going forward. So, for example, a seed drill, we won't need that for much more than a day to get our land done, so we'll rent one of those, and then we'll keep kind of building up that way and see what comes along in those sales, but in reality, probably don't need it. Okay, so at some point we'll probably look to try and get this lane done as well. We might end up keeping this for a few days, but the priority right now is I want to get the field work done inside the field so that we can get this drilled and then leave it and not get onto it at all. And hopefully, yeah, that'll be good. Waiting for a phone call back as well to see if there's any more work. I rang someone up about it who I was speaking to from another contract. to see if they had any interest or inclination, so we'll see. That field has shot up since we mowed it, actually. It really, really has. Ooh, easy. I'm going to start in here because I want to get over to that riverbank, really. Just to see what we can do there. Now, we've left this a little bit longer towards the edges there. Out of choice, could have got the mower a bit closer, but I wanted to leave it just for wildlife, really. Give them somewhere else to work on. But that's just along these hedgerows here. Along the river there. Oh dear! Hello to you. I want to go look at trying to trim down some of the riverbank itself. Because apparently there's someone coming in here to do some work on the riverbank sooner rather than later. So if we can get that tied up a little bit for them, that would be great. First thing I'm going to do is figure out... Okay, so I'm going the wrong way there. I'll have to swing over here. We'll start down here somewhere. Alrighty. I don't know what they're going to do to this riverbank because there's not really a river in it per se, barely a stream at the moment, but that is not for my want of reasoning, I suppose. Alright, so I think we're all looking set to go. Let's fire it up, get some revs on the board. Okay. Gonna figure out how this all works, of course. Put it down. Oh. Ooh, easy. That's where you know you've gone too far. Seeing is a little bit difficult here. It's kind of at the wrong angle. I used to love those hedge cutters where you could really bring out the boom to the front a little bit more. A chance of seeing what's happening. However, it's working for now. We do need to bring down that speed a little bit. Alright, so we're maybe going just a little bit too slow there, so let's see if we can kick up a gear. Alright. That's better. We do need to get a little bit closer again, but this is just a good starting point really to see how we get on. We'll try and get ourselves into the corner here. And I didn't really know what the bank was going to bring up ahead of it, so we'll see. We'll just kind of cut down what we can, and then we'll see how it looks here. A little bit tight around the side there. Let's not go too far down there. Alright. I think this time we'll just stay on this side as well. Excellent stuff. So we'll give this a bit of a thrashing down here anyway, and we should be able just to get it looking a little bit tidier and better for itself without ending up in the ditch, because ultimately that's going to be a terrible end to anyone's evening. Okay. We'll try one more along there. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this. Ideally, what we can reach, we can't really reach too far with this road going all the way into the side, unfortunately, but we're going to try and do this around the sides, get this all taken care of, and then it's going to be left tied up along here. We're going to do the grass verges on the other side of that field that you can see as well. That should be nice and easy to do. And then so we should be looking a little bit better for it. And we'll just go back ever so slightly here. Don't need to take down all the hedgerows either, but just what we can really. And away we go one more time. Nice and easy. And this will be a perfect way for us to spend the rest of the evening there. So, well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back along to Somerset, where we are grinding early in the morning here. It is about 7-ish. Sun's come up, and we are drilling our cover crop. We're starting, and we've got a lot to do today. So because of that, we rented in some power, some big old iron to help us out. And we'll get onto that very shortly. But right now we're in the forward and we are just cracking along with the rented harrow behind us as we establish our cover crop. We've probably got maybe one more pass to do here, and that'll take care of it on this smaller field. And then, yeah, like I say, we've got to get the next field harrowed over there, but we've also got to make some more hay. We have 3 contracts on the go. The mow, it was all knocked down yesterday. It's going to get thrown around today with the tedder, and then in theory that should be all good. Not 3 big fields, 3 nice and small manageable fields really, but it will allow us just to get cracking and to make a little bit more money where we can, and kind of help see us through the next few months, because contracts for baling are going to start to dry up as we're in the end of September. We've got our own little field on the other side of that hedge to cut bale, and I'm probably going to stick that into silage, I think, just for speed. Because I don't have to throw it around and rake it up. I can just bale it straight up behind the mower. So we'll probably look to do that. And then we're all good and done there. As I come to the end right here. That's perfect. Turn you off. Alright, done and done. Now we can just take this on back. So yeah, it is day 3 of September. So the end of September there now. So like I say, we're going to see a lot more contracts come in and geared towards the tillage work. Which we'll have to see what we're going to do for that. So I just don't know really. And yeah, so the aim being is that we will get ourselves going. But what we're going to do right now is park up our forward and have a look at that beast that sits in the yard. We rented ourselves a machine because we needed just a little bit more power really to get going. What it does do is take up quite a large space in the yard, but that's not a problem. We'll just park this here for now. Can I actually get that inside here? There is a rake behind us, so we'll just leave it there for now, I think. But I want to get some more power. The Renault's doing a lot of the hay work at the moment. Tedder's on there ready to go out. We'll let things dry up a little bit. But look at this. What an absolute beast. This is the Fiat 160/90. You can get it at the 180/90 as well, but this one has a little bit of a refresh on the bodywork, and it's just looking magnificent, really. Absolutely sensational. We leased a 4-meter cultivator on the back as well, and the aim being that we can just rip through this field here, work it over there, disc all the stubble in on the top, and then we can just go straight in there with our required oilseed radish. A few other little updates. First thing I will say is if we spin around here, our greenhouse is coming along in leaps and bounds, and we have produce. We've got some strawberries. Lovely to see. Love, love, love. We do have eggs coming through, but we have a bit of a problem. They cannot spawn here, apparently, and I'm assuming they're supposed to spawn around here, but they're just not. I mean, I don't think it's because of the truck, but we'll just move that back. And it certainly doesn't look like it's because of the truck. So we need to do something now. Loath as I am to have to move this shed again. Because in full transparency, I've already had an issue with this one. But I think we might just move this. And we might slide it in that way. I'll go into GE and I might just move everything here across a little bit and close up this little space here. That might be what we do there. Just to see if we get this fixed once and for all. And then not lose any progress with hens, etc, etc. So that's what I'm thinking we'll have to do there, but that's something I can do off camera and get that all working. Main thing we need to do though, like I say, is to get this all good and well here. Cover crop needs to go in, so I can just forget about this until we come to plant some spring barley, and that will be us just fine. Like I say, contract wise, we come on into our map here and you'll see we've got 131, 128 and 106, so all relatively small fields, pretty similar in size, to be honest with you. So we'll get those all done and then they're all going to get sold up and we're taken care of. 69 is our own field that I want to get one more cut off. Haven't cut that for anything yet, so we'll get a crop of something off of there and then we should be good. But yeah, I wanted to just get going a little bit here with the Fiat, I think, first and foremost. An absolute beauty of a machine. Full IC compatibility on here as well. You'll have to say. We're going to keep that door open. And just look at the interior of this tractor. It is absolutely stunning. Now, seems to be left in gear. That's not ideal. Listen to it. It's got a straight pipe on there. It's galvanized. Gives us an extra 10 horsepower. And listen to that turbo whistle. Oh, delightful. All right, so up goes the back. It's about 160 horsepower, like I say. You can configure this model up to have a bit more, but that's more than enough for what we needed. I just wanted some heavy power that we could use, really, to help us get ahead, really, with the cultivation work. Such a simple machine, really. Everything is just where it makes sense. All right, let's get ourselves away from that. I need to find out what gear I'm in as well. All right, fold this down. We'll get this done, then this can all be returned because we have no further cultivation work of our own to do. And just listen to the power. Isn't that just nuts? The whistle from the turbo is just absolutely sublime as well. And we're just going to cruise around here. We'll get this all done as quickly as we can. And then we'll be on. It's available to be drilled, and then we're good there as well. But yeah, this is just going to allow us to speed things up. I can, if I want to, get a hide worker on with the heading of the hay, but because the small fields, that'll take more time to just get them all set up and working. So we'll just leave him where he is for now. We'll get this all rattled out nice and quickly, and then we can be on to getting the hay done. That'll get most of today taken care of. Those contracts are worth, all in all, probably about 16 grand or so, which would be nice to kind of kick us on. We don't need any new machinery now or anything like that, but it's good to get money just to see us through the winter. I also want to spend some time in the next day or two getting that entrance sorted out, so then we'll know what we're dealing with in terms of the gateway at this side here. But I just love that whistle. It just sounds so good. Alright, and back we come. Not a particularly big field here either, so it doesn't take too long to do, but it's just good to take care of it. Now, we will be probably squaring this field off a little bit, so I think I'll just cut that off now. And we'll just do that. We can probably use this area here a little bit more productively than in a field. We need trailer space, and we need like a stack yard, really, at some stage or another. So we'll probably just do that. Give us the space to work with. I just absolutely love this thing. It's an absolute sensational good tractor. It fits what I'm using with as well in terms of the era. And it's just cheap power as well. Base model comes in around about £30,000, so the lease cost for that is very minimal. Now, I'm sure modern day prices there, if you're looking to get one with the collector item and the classic tag on top of that, you're probably looking at a lot more money. However, and just look at that chrome stack on it as well. Isn't that absolutely superb? What a treat. We're going to get some footage of this going, I think. We'll finish up this field as quickly as we can. And then we'll report back once we're moving on to other things. This has been quite a lot of fun, I will not lie. The engine noise and the turbo pops and whistles, just superb. Really, really is. And we're flying through this field. I've just got this little corner to try and work on now, but it's just been a beautiful machine. Just listen to that sound. And when I get to the end here, I'll lift off the throttle and you just hear the whistles from it. It's just really, really good fun. Really nice machine to drive. Now, the only thing about this is it's not the quickest. So unfortunately, that's not very good for road work. It's only got 30k box in it, so it does crawl along the road. So it makes a great noise whilst it's doing it. And just listen to that whistle. We're churning out the black smoke, as you can see. We're making it work, which I'm very much enjoying. Yeah, we'll get this finished and we'll probably just end up taking this away. Like I say, we've released or rented both of these bits of equipment there, so we'll take them back straight away so we don't get charged anymore. And yeah, then we'll be good to go. Come back to our machines there and get cracking along. But one of these days would be nice to add an old classic beast to the fleet and just solely run with old machinery. I think that would be awesome, but you know, we're not there yet. We've got two bits that are doing us a great service at the moment, so we really don't need to think about adding any more at this moment in time. We're just going to keep on grinding, get this little triangle done, and then we'll be good to go. So we'll get this finished up, and I think we'll take this home, and then we can get ready to go out in the Renault and get some hay thrown around. All right then, folks, we've skipped along a little bit here. We've finished up. We're bringing you along for the ride now because we're just about to take the home straight and take this up to the store. And there's that last car. There's another one coming. Like I say, we're not the quickest, so we are going to let cars get out of the way. Back doors, back windows open though, so we can hear the majestic sounds that we're about to come out here. Listen to that. We're a full speed ahead. It's not quick. It's not pretty. Well, it's a roar. It's an absolute roar. And we're going to follow this road all the way up till we get to the store. We'll drop this off, leave it. We'll get a lift home. And then we'll be all good to go. But just look at this machine. Isn't it absolutely sensational? The residents will not know what's hit them as we come through Banwell. Listen to that rattle. That is one of the fields that we've knocked down. We knocked that down last night, so we're going to come in and throw that around. It's a very small field, and it won't take long to throw it around with a tether at all. But what we're focusing on really is those smaller fields with the better opportunities for small equipment. That just fits our niche perfectly. Oh, there's a hill. We'll let this truck go past if it wants. Doesn't want to take me up in the offer here. Let's just get out of this way properly. Ooh, quite a lineup of traffic. Let me see where I can go to get away from this. Can't really get off the road here, can I? Oopsies. Off this truck will go. just majestic. I think I could just drive this around all day. I probably need some headphones pretty soon just to protect myself, but oh, it's really, really good fun. And the way this is being kept and restored into such brilliant, vibrant detail is superb. So we'll probably look to hire this again when we need something. But for right now, we're just going to take this back home. Take it up to the store, drop it off, get it lift back down, and then we will get going with the rest of the day. So we'll probably be on this for a little bit longer as we work our way through the villages, and then yeah, we'll get this dropped off. So we'll come back to you once we're back at the yard and we've got everything sorted out with this. All right, so with all of that fun being over and out, we will I think a couple of things that we need to get done here first of all, but we'll probably just look to go and get that hay thrown around first, because then we can leave it as we get on with the seeding of this field and tidying up a few things around the yard. I will be looking to change this and move this shed forward a little bit to see if that will change the issues we're having with the placement of our pallets, because that's not happening, so we need to fix that. Yeah, so we'll get on in and get this hay made. Like I say, two fields close by. Oh, this doesn't sound anywhere near as good now. And then yeah, we can get ourselves all done and dusted here. The new entrance to this yard is something that we also need to work on, because some idiots parked a truck in the way. But yeah, we'll get that one all sorted out soon, probably whilst we're in G at the same time, and get things taken care of there. Because yeah, we just need to get this yard a little bit more functional for what we need, and we can take care of that pretty quickly. Welcome to Somerset, and it's miserably rainy and wet this morning. It is October the 1st now as well, so we're coming to the end of our harvest season really, and it's starting to get ready for cultivations and establishing next year's crops where we can, and trying to figure out what we're going to do with our yard and how we're going to move forward. My name is Simulation Foundation, and you're going to be joining me here throughout the course of today, so let's get going. So first thing up, we are just tidying up really. We're going to do a bit of a shuffle around the yard, because this yard has got a lot of machinery in different places, and all of which needs to be kind of cleaned up and looked after and tucked back in undercover. We're going to be taking our Renault over to the store, because it's going to have an upgrade. The reason for that is because we bought something and it won't work at the moment, so we need to go and get that changed up, which is quite exciting. So we'll take you on over to see what that looks like. We moved our pressure washer so we can make it work. We've also turned this into a bit of a grass meadow area. We might put another tree in here at some point. We made yesterday 450 bucks off these two trees, or 450 pounds, which covers all the costs of our land costs, our servicing, our leasing, and everything like that. So they are superb in my mind. Really just helping to keep us above water. And you'll see we are currently sitting at, if I come on into our finances there, 70,000. We finished 3 Baling contracts, and we're able to get those all done and dusted, so that got us into a great place again. And we were a bit higher. I've spent about 5 grand so far today. So we're looking very, very good. I'm very pleased with that. Now what that allows us to do is kind of think about what we want to do for the... Let's give this tractor a clean, shall we? What we want to do for the winter, how we're going to reinvest that money and make our business grow, despite probably having a limited number of opportunities for contracts. There's a lot of baling gigs still out there right now, but it is in November. I've done an awful lot of baling. There might be one more field that we do, which will be our own, but ultimately I just want to get ourselves ready for the winter really. So what we're going to do is get this all tied up. This bale has been an absolute stalwart for us so far. It's been fantastic there. It's in need of a bit of paint around the edges and places, but it's been superb. Absolutely excellent. So what we're going to do is try and get that around the corner there. We've got a few bales of our own that we're going to keep hold of. The straw is tucked away into the shed as well. One more field of grass that we might cut of our own, like I mentioned there, but I'm not sure yet, to be honest. I would just as easily see it left where it is on the in the field, but we'll see. Our cover crops are coming in looking well. We've got 2 fields of those in right now, which is fantastic to see. I also deliberated over the possibility of putting another field in, which we might do. And we also need to, at some stage, look into getting rolling with precision farming, getting our soil samples done. That is a costly experience. So we'll have to see if we do that, if it's going to be this year or not. But yeah, for one of the smaller fields I even saw, it was about 3.5, 4 grand to do all the testing for that. So something you do have to consider for sure. All right, well, this is going to go away next. I just want to be able to have space to move around the yard properly. Things are starting to grow and function as well. Our hens are laying eggs, which is great, and our greenhouse over here is producing produce, which is great. Head is going to stay over there. Unfortunately, it's not undercover yet, but it'll do. Trailers have been moved over here and parked up there. We put a bit more stone down here as well, so that works. Yard's coming together. I wish this combine would have fit under the shed properly, but it doesn't, so that's where we're at with that. Not much we can do. But yeah, we're just kind of getting everything to come together now. And also, the big thing, the big change. Look at that gateway now. That looks a lot better. Allows us to get in and out there with a little bit more ease, that's for sure. And I just think it's a much more practical solution. At some stage, I do want to get more livestock on here other than the chickens. I don't know where or what that's going to look like yet, but that will be something that we have to consider implementing very fairly soon. So with that in mind, we would need to figure out where that would go. But what this allows us to do here is to drive in through here and kind of sweep through the yard. So logic would kind of dictate to me that the cattle shed would be over here somewhere maybe, and we extend the yard out to here perhaps. That could be an option. But yeah, we'll have to see what's out there, and I don't think we're in a position financially just yet where we can afford that. So we'll see. But we're building up our own little fleet here. It's coming along quite nicely. We've done very well over the first year. It's nice to have our own equipment here that we can call our own, so we can do full silage jobs now that we don't have to necessarily rely on leasing equipment. Cultivation work, on the other hand, is a little bit different there. We don't have much at all. We did lease in a few bits for our own fields, and if I come down to the discount, I mean, that would be nice. I don't need it though. Our tractors are fine, and there's nothing else there that fits. So we'll see. But I did buy one bit of equipment. I can't stress that enough. There is one bit, so we'll have to go and have a look see. But yeah, let's just get this tether picked up and out of the way. Then we're good. Okay, so the render, like I say, we'll just ship that out of here now. And then we're going to go for a drive in that. Go and do a few changes. And yeah, we can see what we're looking like. So yeah, I would love to know as well your thoughts on what we should do for winter investment really, or winter projects. Yeah, there's a little bit of money to play with there, not too much. I'm looking to really try and capitalize on when the fertilizer contracts arrive, because I do have a spinner. It's actually not here. I had to reset it because it got stuck inside the shed when I moved that forward. You can see from where the chickens are, it's been moved forward quite substantially, which allows the eggs to spawn where they should do, which is great. That's all we needed. So compacts the yard a little bit more. I'm fine with that. It's making it work. But the spinner had to get reset, so we do need to go and pick that up as well. So what we may well do is do that whilst we're out in the Reno, just to make it work. The first thing we'll do is just get this girl washed down, I think. Rainy days are our days to get things washed and then put away under cover and slaughter your yard. I don't quite know where the mower's going to sit, and it's annoying me. I want that undercover, but it's it won't quite fit. So that's the problem. But we'll see. See how we get going. Quick wash down of this. Lovely tractor, this one still. Doing an absolutely sublime job for me. It really, really is. Cannot fault it at all this far. Which is perfect. What we'll probably end up doing today as well, take some of that produce away. I was thinking about the possibility of changing my trailer. Because having something which would have a lower frame, like an actual low loader, so I can take my my actual loader with me somewhere to go and load bales and then come back and that kind of thing, would be an awful lot easier. Now, and also maybe I was thinking of getting a trailer I could put on the back of the truck so I can cart things around that way. But lots of options. Nothing I've got finalized, and nothing that's cheap either. I don't really want to spend 10 grand on a trailer for the back of my truck, and nor do I want to spend a lot more than that on a low loader when I've got a trailer that works here. There's one thing I've had in mind for a while that I want to upgrade, but it's just has not been released yet, so we'll wait on that one, and we'll see. But let's just get this stuck in where the Renault was at. There you go. And then this can just go into here for now, and we're all set for the time being. Supposed to park this in the other way so it doesn't ding off the roof. Okay. Close. But it's in. That's all that matters. Okay. So yeah, let's go and pick this up. I'm going to drive on over to the store, which will take a little bit of time, as you well know. So once we get over there, we'll show you what we bought and what we need to do. Let me know in the comments down below if you can guess what that might be. But we will be back as soon as we get to the store. Bit of a drive, as you know, so we'll see you over there. Okay, so welcome back in, and there you can see right in front of us is our new purchase. I didn't really think we'd be doing this, but it was on sale. That cost me about $5 for that front mower, which is great. It's really we're doing a lot of mowing contracts, as you well know there, so we need that extra capacity there, and I have no qualms about doing that. However, there is one glaring issue. There is no PTO in here, so we need to get that fixed. With that being said, we're going to try and fix it. Now, what we might do is actually just take this back on over to the... get out of the way of the forklift driver, man. Take this back on over to the store, or to our workshop, because we have a trigger there. It might be a bit cheaper for us to do it there. But we'll just stick this onto the back and make that happen, I think. Excellent stuff. That's all on. Perfect. And up she goes. Alright, that'll do. That'll do, pig. Let's get ourselves home. And then, yeah, like I say, so double in our working capacity there. And we can really kick on and get some good ground covered, which I'm very pleased about. I will only, for things like this, if I have equipment already and I'm looking to expand it, I'll only do it if it's ridiculously cheap on sale, to be honest. And the amount of money that we're making from Baling contracts, it makes sense to do this. And we will be, you know, keeping our eyes open for any more of these, really. Aside from that, what we'll be looking into next would be machines that we can use to diversify our contract range. Different spreaders, maybe. Sprayers, plows, cultivators, that kind of stuff. None of... I've just broken my mower already. None of which is currently available, sadly. But should it come in, then we'll definitely keep an eye on it. We'll take this long drive back on over, though, and then get our tractor fixed up and fettled, and then we'll see what the next steps are. It's quite crazy to think that this only cost me a mere £300 to get installed onto the front of my tractor, which is ridiculously cheap. But we will take it. What that allows us to do then is go mowing properly, really. Which is great. So we will look to get that all strapped up. We need to see this rain disappear, to be honest. Contract-wise, there are a lot of Baling contracts still. So as I look through this, they must be wrapped yet. Some of hay still as well, but that seems a bit ridiculous for October. But yeah, we could possibly just do that one there, silage bales. I find that's a little bit easier to do just because it allows you not to... takes a process away from it, really. You don't have to rake it up or tether it. So... if you don't want to, that is. So we might well take that one. But what we needed was just to have that ability. I mentioned precision farming before. If we have a look into here, our land here, you've got 4 different fields that we need to buy. They are expensive and to actually purchase the information. £2.5 for that one, but I think it's probably worth doing. I'm toying with the idea of shifting one of these grass fields into another cereal crop field. I might do 69 as well. Just maybe we'll get it mowed down and then we can get that done. So it might be worth doing some soil samples so we can see what that looks like and what our yields will be there and how we can get the most out of that. But that being said, you know, we're looking at for that one that's £2.5. So that's not too bad. We can do that. Do that one as well. Give us a good steading. It's that £5 for all those ones. We'll leave that big one for now. And what I think I would like to do at some stage is if we come back into here, pH is middling, so I could do with a spot of lime on there at some stage or another. So we might look to do that as well. But lots of things that we can take care of there at some stage or another there, and we'll try and see what that looks like. What I would like to do though is, yeah, let's get ourselves tied up here a little bit more. Get those mowers on if we can. The aim will be that we do that last field then. Despite not wanting to do any more baling, we'll try and do one more and just get it done, and then test out the mowers, make sure they're all looking good. I'd love to find a way to get that put in and out of the rain, really. I just don't know where I'm gonna be able to fit that. I see, look at that. I think it's actually stopped raining as well, so we can get ourselves ready to go. We're all mowed up though. That's quite a bit of working with we've got ourselves there now as well, which should be fantastic to see. So feels like our own small ones that won't take any time at all to get through. And like I say, everything else is coming through. Can't stop shaking the feeling of finding another animal yard of some sort. They are quite expensive. The only one that isn't that expensive is actually the one that I built for a different project, a different map. Don't really think that fits into the area all that well. But yeah, that would be an option there. You can certainly think about that one. Let me know what you think we should do in terms of adding it to the yard. I think we'll certainly end up coming out here, a bit more space. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. That's not a very good stack of bales, but never mind. And we will just move forward with that. I think right now what we'll do is get ourselves tied up here really and move a few other things around, get some produce sold, and see where the rest of the contracts can take us for the day. Whilst the sun is coming out though, we'll go and start mowing, I think, just to get it done. Maybe, yeah, the idea could be to take this wall down here. Gives a little bit more space to move into, to turn around, that kind of thing. Yeah, because the yard's getting a little bit small. However, we'll always move forward. So yeah, let me know. We're going to keep going. We're going to try and find something to keep ourselves growing through the winter there, as I say. And I'm very curious to see what that might look like. I'm happy that we got the crops in, the cover crop in at least. Get some... good balance back onto the field, make sure we can get a bit of nitrogen back in there as well, break up some compaction, and then also allow us to leave it through until the spring. This field here, like I say, we'll probably get a crop off of here, we'll get these wrapped up, leave them, and then this will probably get plowed over, I reckon. That'll be something a bit different. That's not a bad looking operation, even if I say so myself. A little bit of an overlap on the mowers there, but we'll see. 2 mowers there cost less than about 10 grand, I think, all in all. And we do get through an awful lot of work with them, so I cannot deny that they've been fantastic there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I need to get myself some money, and pretty quickly. There are things that I need to do to help develop this farm, and I haven't got enough capital to do it as it stands, which means I need to go after some more contracts here, which something I didn't really want to do at this stage of the day is get on to a lot more baling contracts, but needs must. We're going to try and get as close to £70,000 as we can. To do that, we have had to buy one bit of equipment already, which should get us on our way. We bought a bigger rake. We've traded ours in. This was on the discount sale, so we've been able to pick this one up for about 10 grand and then minus our trading value as well. So it's going to really speed things up. We've got twin mowers now, so we can put our 2 rows into one and we can really get after it. We're going to have a worker coming to help us to drive the baler behind us so we can get this road up. This is going to be silage bales, so we need to come in pretty quickly after the fact there and get it all wrapped up as well and then carted away. There are also 6 other baling contracts, which means we have ourselves a bit of a baling contract challenge that we can do, and that's what we're going to do over the next 24 hours. So with that being said, at approximately 10:43 in the morning, I now announce and confirm that the Baling 24-hour challenge is a go. Let's get after it. All right, and so we're away. The idea being here that we're going to row up at least our 2 swaths into one here. We may even get a cheeky third on the go there once we get into the swing of things here. I just need to figure out what that looks like, but ultimately, I think we'll probably just keep it to the 2 so we know where we're going here. By doing this, though, we can really control or speed up what we're doing in terms of our output. Bale's coming along there nicely as well, and it'll allow us to get as much of this cleared as possible. We've got 2 silage fields down for contracts here. We're in field 64, which is just over the road from our yard, really. And we've got field 29 to go into as well. Once those 2 are done, we then ditch the wrapper, we pick up the tedder, and we need to get some hay made as well. We're doing October hay, if you can believe it or not. Which is why we're going to have to be pretty quick on the draw here, because ultimately the weather's not going to stay this good forever. It is going to get cloudier this afternoon. Lord knows what tomorrow's going to look like. But ultimately this is going to give us the opportunity to bring in a lot of revenue, get us hopefully over comfortably over 100 grand. And what I want to do is a few things. I want to buy a new tractor. I have a tractor set out in mind already. The model that we're going to go for, though, is going to be quite expensive. It's going to be looking at around about 70 grand, I think, all in. So it's going to cost us a fair bit to get it done. But I also need a few other bits of equipment to get me through the winter months there, and ideally take on a few more contracts. I'm thinking of some sort of seed drill, for example, so I can not only drill my own ground, but also be able to take on a little bit more work as and when is necessary. So that is the plan that I'm looking into. I might also look to see if there's bargains that we can pick up along the way there, but ultimately I need to have money put aside so that I can survive through the winter, and I can also, if I have to, look to you know, to add any new buildings in or whatever it may be. We're just going to let this guy catch up a little bit because he does have to stop for his bales. So I mean, this is going to half the speed with mowing, with twin mows. Now, as you can see how they're kind of grouped up there, I could come along and just do all this with the one swath at a time, but realistically, you know, it's going to take a lot longer. It's also already going to take quite a bit of time there, so we will just keep chugging our way through and get this all tied up and looking good. The more and the sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can get onto the hay ground. And hopefully, like I say, we're not going to stop for 24 hours. We're going to bring you along for the ride as we do, not for the whole thing, obviously. I'm not recording that much, but what we're going to do is bring you little updates as and when we progress through and see what that all looks like there. So that is very much going to be the plan. We're going to go this way around here. Sure, this won't backfire on me. But it's also nice that we've got a larger rake now as well. But what that will also mean, not sure if this will fit into one of our sheds. So maybe we have to expand again with another shed, with a bigger shed this time, one that we can actually fit the combine into properly, and also get this rake under. That might be something we have to do. We've already got quite a few bales on the go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bales from one headland there. There's going to be a lot of wrapping and stacking to do here. I nearly sold our telehandler, the small little telehandler, for something else, but in reality, when I looked at it, it wasn't really gonna get much money back for it, so it didn't make the greatest amount of sense to do so. So we've kept it. We'll keep cracking along with it anyway, and we'll see how we get on. What I think we'll do now, though, is just push through this field here with a little bit of extra gusto. We've got another field, like I say, to go to, so we'll bring you along for those rides and see where we end up. Strap yourself in. There's a lot of grass work. Big episode for you Baling fans out there, and we'll see how we get on. Now, as luck would just have it, we are nearly finished the first field here, and would you say great demand for farmers market bales? Where is the farmers market? Are we taking any bales to it? I believe it might be up there. Right now, I'm gonna have to take mine to the biogas plant, but these next contracts here, town stores, farmers market, town stores, folly down. Okay. So what we could also do though as well is we do have a handful of our own bales that we could take there maybe as well. So that could be something that works out. We're nearly finished here. As you can see, we're on to the last few spots here. It is indeed possible to get those all into one, well, 3 into 1 really. So you've just got to kind of judge it right. Get the width right there as well. But we're all good. So that's speeding things up quite a lot again. So what we're going to do now is fold up here. We're going to shoot on over to the other field, get that bale. Then we're going to have a bit of a wrapping session. I'm going to drop some beats and spits and bars, and then also wrap some round bales as well whilst I do it. So that is all going to be very handy indeed. We just come to the end here. That'll do for me. Alright, first one is in the books. So what we'll do is move forward here. We'll just wait for the tractor bale to finish up. We're going to go... we're going to go back out, I think, towards... And where do we need to head to here? We're heading to field 29. So as long as we can get across that bridge there, which we can, I'm sure the farmer won't mind if we just beetle up the side of a field somewhere. But I'll go get this figured out anyway. We're going to go and just shut down the baler, man. Great first job there. Got a lot of bales in. And let's have a look-see, shall we? So far we've done 192 bales all in with that bale since we got there. So that's quite good. Quite good indeed. And then all we need to do now is lift this up and fold it up as well. So we're going to get this all taken over. We'll move the fleet over via convoy and we'll get ourselves going on the other side of things as well there. But lots to do still. We're an hour and a bit in. I think time's flying, so we've got a lot of bale to do very quickly. All right, convoy is away. We're going to go up this way. We're going to go with some speed. Speed and power is the key here. Speed and power. Now, that's one of the reasons why we're going to try and get the new tractor, because this Renault has power. but it does not have the speed. There's a 30k box in here, and this is a big area that we work in, so we really need to get that extra power, that extra grunt. So with that being said, we're going to go up to a new machine, 100 and with a boost on there. It comes into about 160, 170 horse, I do believe. So that's what we're looking for. Bear with. Directions. Sure, we'll just send it up here. And so yeah, that's why we need it, so we can get a bit more ground cover there. It's also going to allow us to do a little bit more work. We need to do things like plowing some of our own grassland for the first time, so we can get on with the cultivations there. So things like that do take a little bit of time. And this is our exit, our getaway strategy. Oh, but look, I mean, what a machine. We've got the front linkage on there and everything now. But yeah, I'm not going to get rid of this right now. I'm going to keep it still, because what I'd love to do is to be able to do more jobs like this and hire in more workers to help out. All right, we're ready and we're going. So yeah, we're going to go off to the second field. Not too much of a drive to go to that, and we'll do this all again. Then you'll come find us when we're out wrapping. Okay, so, you're going to let me go. We have finished wrapping field number 1 of the 2 silage fields, and we're going to trundle on over back to the bigger one and get that taken care of as well. Time is ticking along. There's going to be a lot of bales to shift here. I think I have overestimated how long that might take. And what we might have to do, speed things up a little bit when it comes to the bale collection. I'm wondering if we lease a low loader so we can stick our telehandler onto the back. Because otherwise, it's going to take a little bit of time even just to get into the right position. So I'm going to look into that one. But before we even get to that, got a lot of bales to shift, so and a lot to wrap over at this big field here. So we're going to keep pushing through with that, see how we get along, and then we can see how we're going to attack the rest of the day. The day is still young, the challenge is still young as well, so you know, we've got plenty of time in which to work with there. But yeah, making some progress at least, and then I think it's probably going to be, there's probably at least 2 trailer loads, I would say, from the field we just left. So there's easily going to be a 2.5, 3, I would say, at this field we're going to now. So that's going to take a lot of carting away, and it's going to the very north, I do believe. Yeah, right up by the store there. So it's going to take some shifting, but we'll just have to get going with it, I think. Let's see how we can transition and get this big project done, and then we can move on. So without any further ado, let's get this field wrapped up. done. Both fields are wrapped up there now, which is great. So we can get this taken back and think about how we're going to stack these up. I'm thinking for the scale of what we need to do today, it might be a little bit more advantageous for us to look at something a little bit different here. I just don't know what the cost implications of that will be. So let's have a look-see here. That can take the round bales. So if we were to lease that, that's not too bad actually. And then that allows us to really get flying through that. We don't need to worry about chasing around with a loader and a trailer and just be able to really forge ahead. So I think that's what we might well do. But first of all, let's just get this folded up. And we can head on back on over to the yard, which like I say is not too far away from here actually, which is good. So we'll get this parked up. Probably take the Renault, I think. We might have to put some mowers on, take some mowers off, but anyway, we'll figure out what that looks like. Although this tractor is a little bit quicker and it would be easier. So we might end up sticking with our guns here. So we're going to get this sorted out there. We're on to Bale carton for the 2 silage jobs there. Get these done in the next hour or two. That's 20 grand in the bank, pretty much, which is a huge start off. So that is great. And then we'll probably end up doing a lot of mowing overnight. It's easy to do. A lot of fields lined up there. And we'll get as many of them knocked down as possible and then get the baler out after that. So stay tuned for that one. But yeah, onwards we go. We're going to spin out this way here and get ourselves back on over to the yard. So yeah, times are rumbling on there. It's 4:11 in the afternoon now. It's getting a little bit darker there, so we really do need to get cracking along. It's going to be a long old evening, but let's get going. It is getting pretty pitch out here, but we're cracking along anyway, and we've made some really good progress. We cleared the first field, and we made about 9 grand plus surplus. So the contract itself was worth about 9 grand, but because there's so many bales on there, the ones that we sold after the contract was finished made us a fortune at the BGA. With that being said, we're into the second field here now. We can get about 20, I think it's 27 on the carrier behind us that we leased in the end, just to speed things up a little bit. So we'll see what it looks like when we clear this. We're currently 25% full. We'll take it over to a different location, just to the west of the map there. And yeah, we'll see how that comes together. But yeah, good sign so far. Happy with that. We'll be very keen to see how we progress through. And yeah, looking forward to it. But money is coming in now. We've already added 20 grand onto the total. So if we can get another return like that, that's 40 grand that, you know, really sets us on our way. And there's still plenty of time left in the day, or in the challenge at least, to increase what we have. So we're going to look to do that. But ultimately, yeah, this is a great start. Much quicker to do it this way. 2 grand as well. Bear in mind, we've already got that back by what we got from a surplus. So very, very pleased. And we will just continue to push along and get this field cleared nice and quickly. As long as there are bales out in front of me there, I'm just going to keep driving towards them and we'll pick them all up. But yeah, we're about nearly halfway through there now. And we're flying. Absolutely flying. So yeah, join us probably once we get this one finished, and I'll show you what we're looking like from a revenue standpoint. At this stage, with the money that we have, we could afford, if we just wanted to buy the tractor, we could do that, but it was going to pretty much empty our bank accounts, and that's not really what I want to be doing, because then it limits you in terms of how much you can do for contracts. You got to buy seed and fertilizer before you can take those on. So yeah, we need to be a little bit wise for that fact, but nonetheless, we'll keep going around, get this all cleared up there, and see what we're looking like at the end. This is the last one for this load. You can already see there's still a lot of bales around here, so this might be about 50% of the challenge, or of this field, sorry. I'm hoping for, at least. I ended up going for the Renault on this, and I'm quite pleased I did in the end, because yeah, this can really feel that the trailer full of bales is on the back of it. So would have just been a bit too much of a struggle, I think, for the small Ford. And you know, yes, it's a little bit slower there, but I think that Ford would have been pretty much grinding throughout. Now, there's a bridge over here somewhere. There it is. Get on over here. Awesome. So up we go. Now, like I say, all of the contracts are pretty much all hay, and it's about to rain at some point today, so that's going to be great. That's going to really be very beneficial to what we're trying to achieve here. Get down a gear there. Oh, maybe another one as well. So we're going to have to think about what that looks like. Maybe we'll get everything mowed down and we'll see what that rain's going to do and then make a decision from there. But yeah, that could be a little bit more of a nuisance than anything else, but it is what it is. We shall figure it out. Yeah, so it's terrain like this, it's small gradual hills like this that the Ford with its little 4 cylinders would have been pumping its guts out and not really enjoying itself, so it makes a lot more sense to me. Let's take this a bit wider because that gateway is a little narrow. Need to get square on as possible to this. I mean that we can get spun back around quickly and get back into where we need to be. That's better. Alright, so we'll take this one away. Like I said, it's probably going to be one more load to do there, and then it'll be 2 contracts finished on with the mowers, and we can start plundering through some hay. Folks, you can see the stars around the moon is a pretty much full moon evening this evening as well, which is going to be pretty apt for our wild evening ahead. It's nearly halfway through the challenge here, 10:15, about half an hour out. We have 2 fields of silage wrapped up, sold, and completed. There we did very well off those, actually, and we're looking really good, just sitting under £98,000. We have got 3 fields on the go at the moment. This field 24 that we're in, we have already got a big chunk of that mowed down now. And then 22 to the south has already been done. So has up by the yard there 127. We can only take 3 on at a time. So we're making some good progress with that one. But there's still a lot more to do. So we are indeed going to be going through the evening as I accidentally turn on hire worker. And yeah, let's see how much we can get done of this one here. What we really need to do is just get cracking, get this knocked down as quickly as possible. And then we're in a position where, yeah, we've got 3 to ted out. Once they've been tedded, what we will likely do is get them all baled up as in convoy again, like we did for the silage bales. And then we can figure out where I need to take them to and sell them, because they're all typically 3 different locations. That being said, though, we'll get these 3 done and dusted, and then we'll move on to whatever we can find next, which should be, yeah, it's gonna be a lot to do. Now we're going to take a bit of a chunk off the middle here. I've got 6 headlands done there, so that should be more than ample. Let's just go down about here. It's a bit of an odd shaped field. In fact, what we'll do is we'll just use the headland edge there as well. That'll work, and then we're good to go. Seem to have a bit of trouble with this. There you go. And off we are. So perfect. Yeah, so this is the plan, really. This is how we're going to try and crack on through there. If we can get these 3 fields done, there'll probably be a little bit of surplus as well that we'll take, and we'll we'll sell those straight off. The bales that we have in the yard, some of them have fallen over, so I want to get those all cleared up as well at some stage. But yeah, we'll see what we're looking like in the morning. Right now, there is rain due to come. I'm hoping that's not going to affect us too much, but we'll just keep cracking through this and see how we're looking at by sunrise, really. I would like to think we can get another contract done on top of the ones that we have here, but we'll have to wait and see. It is quite a large ask. There's a lot of work to do ahead of us here. So we're going to push through the evening. We're going to get this mowed down and throw it around with the tether. And then, yeah, we'll be on to hopefully a little bit more of baling, and then, yeah, baling, selling after. So we've actually kept hold of the auto loader there at the moment just because it was so much easier. So we will be using that for everything. Just a heck of a lot quicker to shift bales around. You can clear a field in one go. It means I don't have to cart the loader around with me anywhere either. So when we're doing smaller jobs, sure, the loader will be great. I might even look and change our trailer out to a low loader trailer so I can cart that around a bit easier. Or there's still a nagging thought in the back of my mind that I sell that loader, like a front loader onto one of the tractors there. However, we'll see where we go with that, and then we can decide at a later date. We don't have to make that decision now. But for now, we're going to keep on pushing through and see how we're looking in about 8 hours time, I reckon. Well, it's a good morning from the silage field here. We're waiting for the bale stores to open so we can actually sell off some of our bales of hay that we've made. Whilst we do so, we've got 1 field of wrap, so we're getting through it. There's 2 more bales left to go out right about here. But yeah, we've been busy. It's now 7:15, which means we've got about 3 hours-ish, 3.5 hours left to go. These are the last 2 fields, or last 2 bales that we need to wrap up. 1 field, the Renault is actually parked outside the bale sell point already because I forgot that it doesn't open until 8 AM. So that's ready to go. That's the first contract cleared. And as soon as we're done, we will be... What do you mean it's not supposed... Oh, is that hay maybe? That could well be the first bale that came out of the field. It is. Oh, okay. So with that being said, that looks like we're all done there. Why are you not owned, I wonder? Anyway, these ones on the same. Interesting. All right, well, that's one we're not going to get done. But yeah, so we are all good to go now. There's the field on the other side of this hedge here. That's the big one. That's the big hay field. That's ready to go as well. But right now, we're just waiting. I'm pleased that we were able to get this bit done and dusted anyway. And then what we can do is, as soon as everything opens up there around about the 8 o'clock mark, we'll sell the first field. We can complete that contract. I'm probably going to leave this here for now. And we'll just bring them all back in one go. But as you can see, we're only allowed to do 3 gigs at a time. There are still a lot more to do. We're not going to get any more of these done today. You know, we've only got 3 hours left to go anyway. So we'll complete. So this one here is ready to be sold and completed there. And then we've got these 2 as well. So that'll be looking pretty good. And really, that's all we can do right now when it comes to some of the machinery that's here. I was sorely tempted by this actually, but that's going to wipe out all of our funds. And we're going to go for that Renault anyway. I am also interested in this. It will allow us to reduce our fertilizer costs because we can use this here to roll the fields down for our grass fields at least. And allow us to plant cover crops too. So that might be something we look into there. It's also a lot cheaper. But if we did go for it, we'd go for it with this beastie trunk on the back there so we can seed with it at the same time. But yeah, that's what we're thinking about there. Otherwise, we also need to look into a new drill. So when springtime does roll around there, we're ready to go with our establishment. Now that would be a logical option, but it is still quite expensive. What I was also thinking about maybe was tucking along over here and maybe getting one of these and sticking some form of cultivator on the front of it. And we'll see. But they are the options. That would be the even cheaper option again, actually. So that might be the best bet. Always stick one of these and get the tried and tested method of one of these and a power harrow as well. So maybe we'll do that. But yeah, ultimately, we just got to wait around until 8 o'clock. Get everything open. Then I'm going to take the walk back on over to the Renault whilst we wait. And then, yeah, we'll be good to go. Through the hedge here, like I mentioned, though, is through this long old hedge. I know, around the corner here. These ones, this has all been raked up and done. And yeah, we just need to come in with the auto stacker there, clear these up, and then get these taken away as well. So we're making good progress. I've got half an hour to wait. We'll get ourselves ready to go with the Renault. And we'll get this first contract done and dusted. Well, we're in. We're able to start selling here. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's spin her around. I believe it's this one right here. I guess we're going to find out very shortly. No, it might not be. It might be the one on the other side, actually. There's the one around here. There you go. That looks better. All right. So let's just dump these on into here. And then this will be the first contract. I'm not expecting to sell too many more of these than the contract requires, if that makes sense, but we'll get this done anyway. And then we got a little bit extra. Perfect. Excellent stuff. All right, so with that, let's get you folded up there. That's the first one done, so we can come on into here. That's completed. Let's collect it. Perfect. All right, that's a nice little bit of extra chunk of change. We're going to take this tractor straight on over to the large fields that we've just finished wrapping up there, so we can get that one taken care of. Get those wrapped up. We've got a bit of a drive for some of those. Some of them are close, some of them are a little bit of a stretch away, but that's okay. What we need to do though is just get on with it. So we're right down on there now, so it's going to be a bit of a drive. Anyway, off we pop and let's get some bales sold. Let's get this contract wrapped up and see what we're looking like at the end and how much money we've accrued from this mammoth session here. Okay, so we made it here. We're going to start where we can with the silage bale contract here. So we're going to get these all gathered up and get them sold off at Valley View. And then we'll come back and we will get cracking with the big hayfield there. Now, about 2 hours left to go. So it's going to be quick. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze, but time to get going. Well, folks, the good news is that this is the last of the bales that will complete our contract on the big field here. As time is running out, we've got about 15 minutes, but we'll get these ones sold and then complete it. You'll see we're at 115 grand. We're doing well, and that's with one more contract to go. The bad news is, when it was dark last night, I missed quite a bit of this field. This is why you shouldn't bale at dark, and obviously it's raining now, but we're going to leave it. You know, it's money that we would have lost because those bales would have been ours. But with that being said, we've got a substantial number of bales here with us, which will get us going well, and we just need to go and get this all finished off now. So we're going to take this one over to the store. It is the store at the south of the map here, and it's annoyingly a bit of a pig of a drive over, but you know, that's life. We will get it done, and then we're all set. We can think about how we're going to spend that money, and we'll probably end up doing that in the next episode. However, we will get this one over. It's been a busy 24 hours, and you know, as a result, we've already doubled our income before we finish this last contract, so that's good. There's more produce to sell at the yard, a few more strawberries and tomatoes to go away as well, so that'll bring in an extra little trickle of income there. But yeah, we'll be looking to add to a new member to the fleet here, and I'll have a decision around what I'm going to do, if I'll keep hold of the telehandler there or what that looks like. But the main thing is that we're done, really, and we can focus on what that looks like moving forward. So very, very happy and pleased with that. And I think it's been a long, hard graft, really, but you know, it's these things are always here to try us. So we will take that and we will run with it. So ultimately, we're gonna sell this off. We'll get over to the store there. It takes a little bit of a drive, but we'll get on over it. We're gonna run slightly over 24 hours, but because we've already got this baled, and you know, we need to complete this thing. We've done 99% of the work. The contract's currently at 93, I think, and then it will be easily finished up with what's on the trailer behind me. So let's go get that done, and I'll see you at the store where we can get this all wrapped up. So you can see as we're coming on into the village here, we made a lot of extra money from those silage bales, which is fantastic. And you can see this Renault is starting to really feel the effects of all the work we've been doing. A lot of damage to the body and the wear and tear on the tractor here. So something we might have to look into at some stage or another. Now what we're going to do is just shoot up here. And then we can get these sold off here nice and quickly. Yeah, busy. There's still a lot of baling contracts left, which I always tend to find there are during on Farm Sim, actually, which, you know, we're in the end of October now. We won't be doing any more. We'll be looking to gear ourselves up towards fertilizer contracts and establishing new crops, actually, I think. I don't know, so as I sit here and think, if part of me thinks that we should maybe buy another field, but you know, we'll have to see what the costs are and see what it looks like around us as we get going here. But for now, at least, we won't focus too much on that one, and we can just get ourselves ready to go here. Unload. I've hit that, haven't I? Did that on the first time around as well. Wonderful. GG's, Sim. GG's. Lift you up there. That's wonderful. And then we'll just reverse in ever somewhat slightly. Now this, I really hope this finishes everything off there, otherwise we're stunk. There you go, contract's finished. Nearly 3 grand there as well. As we come on in, we can complete it with another contract there as well. So we're looking at £129,000 with the produce that we have to sell at the yard there. We might get that up to 130k, which is great. Really is good and can allow us to set up for the future. All right, so we'll have to see how that goes. What I'd love to hear from yourself is what you think we should spend some of that money on. Should we stick it all onto... We're going to try and keep it a little bit just to support us over the winter months there, but should we maybe buy this little field here? That one there is not the biggest either, but I mean 33 grand for that one. This one here is £38,000 as well. So maybe we look to spend a little bit on that, and we can kind of slowly expand. We are looking to get rid of one of our grass fields anyway, so adding in another little grass field there may not be the worst decision. That is a good contract field though, so maybe we'll see. And then come around the corner here as well. So they're all kind of moderately priced there anyway. That is tiny. But yeah, maybe that's something we look into. But otherwise, we're going to be getting a new tractor, that's for sure. I might look to add a loader onto one of the tractors and then sell the telehandler there. And I also need to get a few bits of machinery just to diversify our fleet. But we'll look into all of that as we go. This has been 24 hours of baling, 24-hour baling challenge, really, to try and get ourselves into a position that we can afford to do this. And I think we are there. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Somerset today. We are reaping the rewards of our hard work, really. The fruits of our labor, if you will. There are a lot of different things for us to do here today. And mainly, I'm going to show you around what we've upgraded since we finished that Bale challenge 24 hours ago. We were grinding away, trying to make as much money as we can through Bale contracts. And we've been successful to a degree. And we have already spent about £110,000 though. Which is a lot of money, but I will show you what we've done. One of the new purchases is actually sitting on the back of the tractor as we speak. And we'll get this back over to the yard, which is just around the corner here, and we'll show you what we've done. There's a few upgrades to the yard itself, allowing us to have a little bit more direction, a little bit more of an infrastructure. And then we bought a new tractor, we've leased some equipment, we bought some new equipment, and then we're going to get going with that equipment. So let's get ourselves in here. This gateway is still a little bit tight. This might still have to have a rethink. But let's see how we go. Oh no, we're in. Yard is a little bit busy. We're not in, we're crashed. But yard is full of equipment right now. And we need to do a little bit of a shuffle around. So that's probably job number one, which we'll get on with. It's just as soon as we can get into here, really. Because, yeah, like I said, it is just a shade full, this yard. What I'm going to try and do is get ourselves in. I mean, good job the paint was already ruined on my trailer, because it's definitely ruined now. However, let's stop here. So, you'll see on the back here, we've got a brand new low loader, brand new to us. It was discounted because it's used. But this is going to allow us to be a little bit more productive, because now, if we need to, when we're going to load bales, we can actually take the loader with us on the back. A little bit more streamlined there. You'll see the Renault is here. I've been after this for a while. It's a beautiful mod, really fantastic tractor, and we've released an abundant spreader because some of our fields need some lime. So we filled up a trailer full of lime, or a spreader full of lime, and we're going to get after that as well. But crucially, bit of a shape up to the yard here, really. We've got another new shed that we bought. This one was about £15,000, I do believe. And it's going to be big enough to A, fit the combine in, but also fit things like the mower in. Maybe the header trailer will go in there as well, and just ultimately give us more storage space. And when we put that one in, we extended our fenced off area around here, and this area is now can be a storage area, really, if it needs to be. So yeah, nice to have a little bit of a different area in there too. So the yard is kind of taking a bit more shape, and we've got a bit of a turn area, and you know, just room to move, really, I think is the key description. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move this first of all. We're going to shuffle things around in the yard first, but let's get this guy moved away. And we're just going to take this over, because what we'll inevitably end up doing is actually going up to the grass field over there, and then the big grass field over there. So we'll just start by going up here. I think at some stage I'm going to build a farm track into this side of the field. Just so we can get to our two fields over there without causing any issues. And we'll turn you off for now. Yeah, nice just to have a bit more space. The trailers are going to be parked along the backside here. And that's probably one of the first things we'll do. And then, yeah, we just want to move the header trailer and get things under cover that we need. Because, yeah, I just like to have a bit of a tidy yard where we can. Yeah, so it's nice. We're in a position now where we have a little bit of money left over that we can keep if we need to, just for winter work. It'll also allow us to do things like hire a seed drill, because we don't have one of those yet. And like some of the essentials that we are going to need at some stage soon. And it'd be good just to kind of get those all taken care of. But we don't really need to buy one yet, because we don't have a substantial amount of work of our own to do. We'll be leasing a plow soon as well, so we can plow over the fields that we're spreading lime onto at some stage or another. And now what I might do, before we go any further, jump into here, bit of painting action, landscaping, painting. This guy. There you go. A bit of an area to store my trailer in there. And then, yeah, this is going to be crucial for us for the coming seasons. Right now, not so much. We'll probably use the cart. You'll see we've got some produce that's nearly ready to go away. So we will be looking to get that used there. I'm on the fence about whether or not we'll do any more baling contracts, to be totally honest with you. There you go. As I look at it now, we'll go into here. There are still a ridiculous number of them, and there's a lot of money to be made there as well. I just don't know. I feel like end of October, we're almost at the point where that's not really viable anymore. But we can have a think. Let me know in the comments down below. Should we take on some more and get some more money coming in for it as well? What do you think? Now what we're going to do is move the rake as well. That's going to be next up. I can go into there. In fact, no, we'll shift the mower into there first. I think moving the mower in there kind of signifies that contracts are going to be limited. We've still got quite a lot of bales of silage around the place as well. We haven't sold those yet. We're going to wait just to see what we can get for those and the best price. I'm going to have to do a little bit of jockeying to get this on. There you go. Perfect. I just need to connect that one up. And yeah, because I couldn't actually fit this into any other shed right now. So now we can. Maybe we'll get that big front mower into here as well. And then the rake can go on the front. Happy days. But yeah, nice shed. Looks good. Fits well. And do I have enough space there? Probably not. So what we're going to do... Who would have thought a mower would cause me so much grief? Okay, so it's in. It's a bit of a squeeze. I kind of move the combine to give me a little bit more wiggle room, but it's in. That is the main thing there. What we might do, I think at this stage, we're going to just accept there's no more baling contracts. The front mower can go into there as well. And we'll just stick that onto the back here because it's easier to shift. And then we'll be looking handy. I don't really like leaving mowers outside. Because yeah, the thing about this mower is it is good, it is big, but it does have quite some large collisions on it. Now, this need to always consider that when you're trying to shift it around the place. However, we're going to try and get it scooted in around the corner if we can there. I mean, I guess that's in. That'll do. Doesn't have to be far in, but that will give me... There you go. Put it down. I mean, it's in. It's the main thing. It's out of the elements. And then we'll stick the rake in there, and then we're all set. And then what I fancy doing as well is sticking something at least that'll give us a bit more money down this track where we had the rake stored. Not sure what that might be yet, but we will come to figure that one out. And yeah, something down here that we can just stick in here, and maybe some more trees because they bring a steady amount of income in. Because otherwise this was the track in originally. But obviously that's not really going to be an essential route now, so we can utilize that space a little bit more. And then yeah, maybe next year we'll look at livestock. That could be an option. Certainly would allow us to be a bit more productive. But yeah, our next immediate goals at least are to do our 2 lime fields, plow over the grass field over there with the silage bales in the corner, because that'll be another wheat field. We have tested all the soil samples, so we know what we've got, and we will be, like I say, using precision farming here and taking advantage of that. So that should be good. Our new rig that we bought for the challenge has been sublime. Really does speed things up nicely, especially when we've got the 2 mowers on the go as well. And I'm looking forward to using that a bit more. For those of you who will notice, the big Renault has gone. We got rid of it, and it was a decision that made the most sense, really. We've got a little bit more power, more modern tractor here. That one, the Renault put in a heck of a lot of work, actually, and was starting to show the effects of that. So we were able just to get this one swapped out nice and easily. Got my light left on there. And yeah, I think it's working much better. So obviously we've released this spreader in just for the day so we can get some lime spread, and let's go and get after that now, I think. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful machine, this one. It really is quite stunning. Put that shut. Lovely sound effects as well. Okay, and away we go. This is our cover crop, of course. We will be planting some spring barley into here and likely across these other two fields as well. But that will be a bit of a wait there. We're going to, once we get this lime in to kind of correct our pH levels, we will be looking to establish, once we get this plowed over, put a cover crop in there as well. And then that should really set us up for success and allow us to limit the amount of fertilizer we're having to use. Well, that is certainly the hope. Okay, so we should be in. Bring up our yield map so we can just see what's happening here as we crack her up. Alright, we're going to bring our line back into the green where we want to be. Not adding much in some places there, but you know, it's still something that we need to correct from the get-go and just have controlled. You'll see our fields are all lacking a little bit, especially some areas of the big grass field that we're going to go into next. That is really quite poor, but this will set us up for success. And then, like I say, we'll lease in the plow and get that taken care of so we can really crack down and get our fields looking in A1 condition so we can hopefully yield the best crops out of it at the end. There's a lot of grass fields around here. We don't necessarily need all that grass, but you know, they are there. So we'll keep one just so we can continue to get a little bit of extra revenue coming off of it. Get maybe a silage crop at the beginning of the year and then a crop of hay off it as well, just to provide a little bit of income. And also, if we do choose to get some livestock in at some point, I want to be in a position where we have a grass field to support them. I think that's going to be very important there. Alright, that's the first pass around. And we're done and done and done. Looking good. So let me know how you're getting on. If you are cracking along through on Court Farm still, which area of the farm you're working in, and how your farm is coming along. Yeah, really finding that we're getting ourselves set up here properly now, which is good. I feel like we're not really wanting for too much more. We ideally, if I'm going to wait to see if anything good comes up on our promotions or on our sales for a cultivator. I think that's one thing we'll need. Plowing not so much. We don't do too much plowing. We'll only need that like once every few years. And plowing contracts are not the most efficient use of time, so we'll probably won't do too many of those. But yeah, it's always good to have a good steady cultivator there, but nothing's really coming through that either A would be manageable to pull with the tractors that we have, or B would be cost efficient, so we'll have to wait and see. But what is great is that we nearly finished field number 1 already. Love the fact that it's all looking so much more improved already. That really is brilliant. Nitrogen levels on the other field is appalling as well, so that's why we'll stick that's going to stay in grass, so we will have to do something about that. Probably buy in some solid fertilizer just to stick onto it, but you know, we will see. And that's that first one done. Let's put the gate down. We are away. I think a nice little track up here, so we don't trample the crops there, would look very good actually. Nice and simple to set up as well. So we'll probably get onto that one. But what we'll do right now is just go and finish off all of our lime spread. And you'll see there's still quite a bit of, quite a few bales around here to sell. We're just waiting for the green light for the best demand for that one. I'm gonna have to look into this gateway. It just needs to be wider. I think. Just doesn't quite work in its current format, because some of these trailers are quite long. Does mean that we're not going to get out. There you go. Then in here we go as well. That one again. So we will keep trying. We'll get ourselves into this gateway. We will get our lime spread in this field. We'll probably just... We might not even use this whole spread load, but it is what it is. But they'll be setting ourselves up for success for the future moving forward as well. Well, a very good morning to you on this beautiful, crisp, sunny morning in Somerset. We are out now forward. We got a trailer load of produce that we're off the market to sell, and then we're gonna have a bit of a blast around in a new tractor. Not a tractor that belongs to us, of course, but a tractor that belongs to a friend who is in need of some help, and we're getting some work done for him. So ahead of us, you'll see it's a little bit bigger than this one. It has a little bit bigger attachment on the back as well. It's this John Deere. He's kind of left it abandoned on the roadside for me, but we should probably get that put away into the shed, one would think. So we'll probably just do that now. Into the field, sorry. So it needs to come into here, and we can come back to that very shortly. But this is the first thing. Look at the size of that. Good lord. We are going to be in this one for the day. We've got a few big contracts to do. So let's get this one moved out of the way, shall we? I figured out it's going to be fairly quiet here. It is still very early, so we'll leave that there. We're not going to be too long anyway, because what we're doing right now is just beetling on over down to the store, so we can get this lot sold off, and then we will be away to the races, as I say. And we're going to come back. That John Deere is going to be our home. We've got a lot of work to do with that one. We've also got some sugar beet contracts to do as well, because ultimately we're taking the best opportunities that we can to make some extra money over the winter. My next project I want to do is buy another field and get it ready and own it and have it ready to plow in and drill a spring crop. One of the fields around the around our place would be tremendous. Now, if memory serves, I can actually just book it through here and up the side of this up this track here. So that is the plan. Both, like I say, these contracts are very lucrative, so we should make a good amount of money to really kick on with the development. But it's just going to take a bit of time, and it's going to be something we have to really work at. So that's what we will do, and this will put us into a good stead. The greenhouses are really coming together. They're starting to make us a good amount of money, which I'm very, very pleased about. Because yeah, it's a nice little bit of income that we, you know, our costs have already been settled for that, really. Occasionally we'll have to buy some seed and maybe add a bit of fertilizer there, but for the most part we're all set. So that's what we're hoping for, and I really do hope that we can see that continue. And through we go. So at this little set lights here, I do believe we're gonna go left. That we are. Alright, send it, we're away. I have no idea how much we're going to make of this, to be honest. Very, very curious to see what this looks like. I do know my entrances. Ooh, get over there. Go two ways in, I believe. That might be one of them, and then the other one is this one here. We'll go through this one. Perfect. Yeah, be curious to see. And then this is only maybe 1 calendar month's income, so you know, we'll be able to gauge roughly what that might look like and what we can attain during the full year, and then build around that accordingly. I don't think we'll get any more placeables of any sort. I think we'll stick with what we've got, because I want, like I say, to save that money for other things. But let's just have a look, see. They're selling, they're going. This is the first time using this trailer as well. We did buy this mainly so we could hold the Lola or the telehandler around with us when we have to go and do bale jobs. So really will come into its own next year. The yard has changed around a little bit, which means this is a touch easier to get in and out. And that's really quite good. In fact, what we might well do now is get a little bit of drone footage so you can actually see what that looks like. As you can see, the front has been widened off here a little bit. We've added a new gate. I'm going to look to extend the angle at which those gates will open to, just so it can give us a little bit more of a turn radius in there. Few weeds and things to tidy up, but ultimately the yard's looking good. The shed, of course, from the last episode is there. We've actually put the full fence line and track in now, so you can get all the way up to the far end there where you need to. So that's looking great. Very, very pleased with that one, and gives us everything that we need to get in and out of the those two fields. like I say, looking to add a third field in. So we'll have to see which one that will be, you know, and see what we can do from a finance standpoint. But yeah, ultimately that's going to be something down the way. We've still got the bales of hay and silage, and there's still, or straw and silage, and there's still some bales of silage wrapped up over there as well. So we're doing pretty well. I like this Ford. It's fantastic actually for carting and lugging things around there. It's really, ooh, you bugger. Really light, really nimble, short wheelbase, in and out places very easy. Good for 40k boxing it as well. A powerhouse, an absolute powerhouse. Nice and easy to cycle through those gears when you need to. Now, where am I going through here? I can never recall. One, hook lane. Very happy that this farmer just lets me come on through the driveway. Not that I think they have too much say in the matter, but it's working out well for us. Now this tractor is approximately, I think with the turbo in there, I think it's about 95 horsepower. We've gone the wrong way. But the tractor we're going into there is significantly more, and I think it's probably at least 4 or 5 times the size, which is just nuts to think about. But it has got a big old land anchor to pull behind it, so it is going to really know it's there. But yeah, we'll look to get this ripped through. It looks like we're going to be in what was a field of cotton. Can you believe it or not? It's growing in Somerset. And we'll see if we can get that all turned over. And then we might even look to see if there's a few more quick contracts that we can get at some stage or another, just to get us as much income as we can. But that is something we'll keep an eye on. We're not looking to buy anything else at the moment. There, like I say, we're all set for machines that we'll need. And we will be looking to probably, depending on what funds look like in the spring, when we come to do the spring drilling, we'll probably be looking to either rent or buy a drill, I think, or at least whatever's cheapest drill cultivator. We'll see. We'll probably just leave this one here now, I think. No one's coming in and out of this gateway. Stick to the neutral. And we're away. So here it is. Absolutely huge. We're going to get stuck on in, and I mean, in what is not the best of gateways to try and get us in the first place, but we'll see. We'll get in and we'll see how we get on with this field. What we may do is end up just booking it straight down the middle and seeing from there. But anywho, absolutely ginormous. And let's see then. I don't even know if I'm going to make this in one swing here or not. No, we might have just absolutely nailed this, folks. There's a chance. We have. Look at that. Awesome stuff. I really do like this style of John Deere tractor, and I think it's just absolutely superb. Now, if I can make sure we're all connected. I think we're coming in about 6 meters here, give or take. This field is not small, but we'll get it done, as they say. I have GPS and the wonders that it consists of, so I think we'll probably just stick it in this way. Let's get this the old GPS set up. Well, we have a bit of a problem, folks. I was instructed this is the field that we needed to come and work over, but we just cannot do it for some reason or another, or certainly not with the subsoil I have on behind us here. So I'm at a bit of a loss. I wonder. Like I say, there's a lot of work to be done here. I wonder if we go and look at speaking to the farmer, seeing what else he might want us to do, because this, for some reason, is just not working. It won't let me. Maybe not the right tool for the job, but I can't get this done either way. So we have another job to do, but we need to finish one job before we start another one. So I'm gonna have a bit of a think about this one, see what we can do, and then, you know, maybe, just maybe, we can get this fixed. And I've seen and I've heard that it can work quite well to get things like this fixed by magic click of the fingers. So we're going to give that a go in 3, 2, 1. Hey, it does work. Look at this. Now we're farming. All right. Let us get ourselves going here. Different approach. We're going to have to go and just settle up over in the corner there, but I can do that. I'm not too adverse to it at all. I have to think about how get my ploughing head on here and see what this is going to look like for us. But Needless to say, we'll get it folded out there. And then we'll just roll her over. We're going to start right in the corner, and we're going to work our way across this field. This is a big field, like I say, but we'll get it done nonetheless. First things first, though, we're just going to have to figure out the ends. But what are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 furrows. Absolutely delightful. And we will get this going, and we'll see how we get on. And it's going to be, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll go forward and we'll come back so we don't snap all of the shear bolts in one hit. That would be delightful. But get ourselves right in that corner. Yeah, this is a little bit more practical. It's going to bury all the trash, that's for sure. It's going to take us perhaps a little bit longer. Working width-wise, though, it's probably not too dissimilar at all. So, you know, we'll see how we get on. Let's just pull through there. Okay. And away we go. So, let's figure out what our best gear is going to be here. Go through our gears and speeds and everything in between, but we can do that for sure. We'll get our GPS lined up as well, because we will be trying to use this to make sure we really maximize the full length of this absolute beast. But yeah, let's get this first pass through. And then, yeah, we're good to go. Not what we initially thought we'd be using there, but something that we absolutely need to progress. So I am more than fine and happy with this. This field will be done today. Look at the weather that we're in as well. Absolutely beautiful. And we'll see where we go from there. So, this will be all's well that ends well. I'm absolutely positive. I am going to be doing a few different things this week as well, stepping away from the challenge here. There will be more content around the northern farms, and also, rather excitingly, there's going to be some really cool new FS22 kit coming out, and I'm going to be lucky enough to be giving you a bit of an early access preview to that one. So do stay close to what that might look like throughout the course of the next few days and weeks. I can't wait to see that, and I can't wait to bring it to you more importantly as well. So hopefully, all being well, it should be really rather cool and exciting. We should see that coming through maybe tomorrow and the day after, and then we are into premium DLC territory as well. So let me know what you're looking forward to with regards to that, which equipment you're looking forward to the most, and what you're going to be looking forward to doing the most as well. So I can't wait. I really can't. It's be rather cool to see. Up it goes. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do that and then hope get turned around. There you go. Ooh, tree. Perfect. All right, I think, and then yeah, we'll worry about figuring out the headlands once we've got the rest of this all done. I think that's gonna be the easiest way to do it. Looks like I'm squaring up there nicely, and down she goes, and off we go. Okay. I think I'm judging off about there. Good. It's not looking too bad at all. And we're away. And with that, folks, I think we're going to keep quite literally plowing on, and we'll see you in the next one there, when hopefully we're into the beat and we're into our own productions as well, a little bit further down the line. So we'll see. This is a little bit of a step up from the Ford, I think you'll all agree there, and even from the Renault. But you know, you'll do what you can to get a little bit of money coming in there, and this is absolutely a phenomenal start. Well, a very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to something completely different, a little bit of a shade of green this morning. We are doing a contract for some beet hauling. We're currently harvesting, and we're getting on quite well, actually. So we are going to get this all done, and then we've got another gig to do this afternoon there, which will take a bit of time as well. So we've spoken to a few dealers, and we've been able to get something quite special to have a crack at with that. I really didn't think we would be doing any more silage at this point in the day, or at this point in the year. We are early November, but the weather has been kind to many, and lo and behold, we're going to be doing a bit. So yeah, we're going to try and speed up, make it as easy and as efficient as possible, and we've got just a set of kit to do that as well. So we will see how we get on. But first of all, we've got to go and finish off this beat, which is there's still a fair bit left to go up, but we will it's not too far a drive. It's made all the easier by having a ginormous tractor and trailer cart. It's quite a big field there. We are being up in field 92, so it's a big long straight, and then a few little chicanes, and we're in. So Really not that bad. But we are, yeah, made all the easier by being able to buckle around on this Fen, that's for sure. On this Deutz, sorry. But yeah, I quite like this tractor actually. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice indeed. And get over the right side of the road there, I suppose. That'll help. And yeah, there's only, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 passes left to do, and then we're all done with that one. It's a lucrative gig. I can't say no to these. It takes a little bit of time, but yeah, they are worthwhile. As you can see, money's not great, so anything we can take to speed ourselves along here is always very, very welcome indeed. So we'll see how we go. But ultimately, it's looking all right. We did that big ploughing gig. That's all done, and we'll see what else comes along really, but I am open to all suggestions and opportunities on how we can continue to make a little bit of extra money here and there. Now this turning is coming up here soon. Which one is it? Oh, it's up by the windmill there, isn't it? There you go. Yeah, everything else is going well. We are flying. I'm trying to figure out what we can do on this particular map moving forward, and also how long we're going to keep driving along with this for, because there is an idea forming about a new roleplay coming along soon, so we'll have to see where and when that looks like, and perhaps unsurprisingly it will be on a map that is very close to my heart and something that I've been putting many hours of work into, so that would probably make sense. So I will you'll see and hear more from me about that one soon. Gotta keep watching out for these trees. Oh, we're stuck through there. There you go. We'll just creep around here. Would not like to be a cyclist or a motorist coming the other way with me on this road. There is not much room. Even if I pull over, there's not much escape. And then we are just in here, which again is quite a tight road. So we'll just sneak down. Neither gateway into here is fun, let me tell you. The one at the other end there is an absolute pig as well, so we'll see. Back a touch, put a cut in here. Farmer could have bought himself a smaller tractor to get into his fields with, that's for sure. I think we're through. Nailed it. Alright, so this is all we got left here, this little strip. Like I say, maybe 4 or 5 passes, maybe something like that left. But yeah, quite a long field. Does take a little bit of time when you're going about 3 meters working with, but you know, we're making some decent progress. I think it's looking good. Zip around the corner here. I think we emptied, so we should be good. I'll just park it here. Oh no, we're not. We've got to empty a bit more out. Now, in hindsight, leaving the engine on and everything running at full chat may not be the best move by me, but you know, it's a hire machine, so drive it like you stole it and all that. Alright, so we should be emptying it out. Or have we? Oh no, we're all empty there as well, so away we go. We're GPS enabled here, so it's nice and straightforward, like I say. We're able to fly up and down this field and get it all done pretty quickly here, so it should be good. Looking forward to this. Of course, we've leased all this equipment as well to let us get this done here. But a little bit of variation there. I have done a lot of baling, and yes, I've taken on another contract there, but we're going to try and skip a few steps and make it as easy as possible with that one. So that's why we've got a little bit of different equipment in there to do so, and we'll see if we're able to. But first things first, we'll finish this. I think we're about 90% done now, according to the contract, and obviously sometimes there's always a little bit left over there as well. So we will go till the field has been cleared, because whatever isn't required to be sold by the contract there, well, that's extra money for us. Won't go too far, but you know, it's money at the end of the day, so we shall bloomin' well take it. And back we go. Alright, and off we go there. So yeah, we're gonna fly through this one nice and quickly, and then we'll get onto the fun piece of equipment that is currently sat at the yard there. We'll show you what that looks like and walk through it in a bit of a machinery review, really. before we get on and get started with November silage. Who would have seen that coming? All right, so it just flashed up there. We're at 97%, which is great. So I guess one more pass there and that's it done. So that'll be awesome. So we'll just keep going there. We're nearly full, so we can look to get this loaded up. Or unloaded, I guess, would be the correct phrasing. And then, yeah, we're looking good. Looks like maybe 2 more here. What I'll likely do here is just come out here. And then we'll get this loaded up again here. That's a beast of a Deutz-Fahr there. That really is. That's huge. So much sugar. All of the sugar. Alright, so we're just starting to see it full there. There's a little bit more space, I hope. So we'll get this finished up. We'll park this up and then we will go and cart that last load away. And then, only at that stage, we'll see you back at the yard where we can, well, we can cash our check for this contract, get us closer to that magic 50k again, and then, yeah, go and have a look at the machine that's waiting for us there to get after some work. Well, okay then, welcome back. We're looking over the chickens who look to be doing remarkably well here today. We sold off the last that beat after the contract was finished. We got about 3.5 grand, which is great. And now, if we come on into our store menu here, what we're going to do is just complete this one for an extra 11 grand, and kabam, we're done. Look at that. That's awesome. So another, well, 10.5 grand there really, but 47,000 pounds. We've got the silage contract on the way as well there, which is going to be great. This is our trailer. If you didn't see the last episode there, we bought this one recently. It was used, as you can well see. Looking at the used market today, not really anything of any use in here. I'm not going to be able to afford any of those anytime soon. That's a handy little tractor, but don't need it. But yeah, so that's ours. And there's something else around the corner here as well. So we're going to have a little bit of a peek at it. But yeah, it's pretty impressive. So I want to take these contracts on and get them done. Because I'm sick of doing silage contracts because it is November. So I got some bigger mowers on the go. We've leased this in. Look at the size of that setup there. It's delightful. We're on the Samatas mowers, the front and rear. Absolutely delightful stuff. They really, really are. So we're going to get these ones out to the field. We've got a bit of a drive to go on. Because we're heading up to the very north. So we're going to have to go on that route around the BGA there. And we'll find that field over there. So, but yeah, lovely looking things. And we've got a 7726 on here as well. But 260 horse. Which should be more than ample to pull it, he says, hopefully. But yeah, I think we need about 220, 230 to pull these around, so we should be fine. But yeah, look at this setup. Very nice. I like. Aside from that, everything else around the farm is pretty much the same. These gates need a little bit of adjustment just to work properly there, but the RIN sheds are looking fine. I don't know if you saw this shed it's now pretty much full, so we'll be good there. I might look just to save my own equipment now it's all been washed down as well, to see if I can get any get myself a good fusion in of some sort to get that bit of baling done. But if not, then you know, at least we've saved. The reason I got these is because they have the gripper on and I can quite easily switch or get this all rode up as well at the same time, so it'll save me having to bring my rake up, which is good because that's all safely tucked away for the winter now. Now we're probably going to go prune some of these autumnal looking trees as we go through. We can nearly get a crop off there, but no. It is November, and we'll leave it be. So yeah, we'll go and get this done. And then that'll get us over that 50k mark. We can look to see what's coming. I'm only going to try and take on maybe root crop harvest contracts because it's 'tis the season for that still, but primarily it'll be cultivation work. And then we'll leave everything else and just focus on our production side and selling off the produce that we have still. Bales, for example, any greenhouse produce that comes through, and get ourselves going that way as well. So that's what I'm thinking, at least. And it should be good. It should be good. But yeah, these are of course part of the premium DLC. If you haven't bought that, you can check out the links in the description below to go and grab it. I think it's well worth it. This is the first time I've used anything that isn't the veg equipment, so that's pretty cool. Ooh, I don't like that wobble. There you go. So yeah, I don't really get to use this 7726 too much either. It's a big tractor, to be fair to it. And we'll see how we get on with it now. But yeah, we're going to not stick these into the hedge. We're going to go around the buildings you can see over there. And then we'll be in position there and not too much time at all. So we'll catch up with you when we're in the field. And have a look around these before we get going in too much detail. And so it's a field along here somewhere. It's recognizable because it had... Well, it's not that one, that's for sure. It's got the hedge line splitting up the middle there. Was that it? That was it indeed. So maybe we can just sneak in through here. I like this half hedgerow up the middle there. That's pretty cool. And yeah, so we'll get ourselves unfolded here. Like I say, it's not a big field, but it saves me a trip of having to bring out the tractor and rake as well. Perfect. Wow, look at that. The attention to detail is always something that absolutely stuns me. Really, really good looking mowers across here. We're going to put the grouper down, of course, just to speed things up, but the conditioner is in there as well. Blade's looking fantastic. I always find the cooling systems on these really, really impressive there, because this is just huge. Cooling system does look rather impressive on here, it has to be said, and we're going to keep on panning around there. Brand new mowers, may I say, not a speck of paint missing on them either. But yeah, very, very impressive. We need to get ourselves all set up. So we're currently in widespread mode, so let's just turn that down, put that into swath dropping on the back, and then on the front. Do we have to do the same thing again? No, we're looking pretty good there too. Awesome. Alright, so now we're just going to start by firing up the first front mower here. Away it goes. So we're going to switch on to the back one and do the same again. Making sure not to miss anything or take anything out it shouldn't be. Hit any gate posts, old sheds, that kind of stuff. Okay, not my equipment after all, so we'll just take our time with it, and then we'll stick that one down. And stick that one down. Alright. And we're away. We're swathing. We're mowing silage about 30 foot wide. Flying. Absolutely flying. Like I say, not a huge field. Really not necessary, but it saves me. And whilst we've got it, we might just take on a couple more gigs if we can. Just to, well, pay for the leases, really. And see if we can make that all work. So we'll probably look to do that, and maybe, I don't know, I'm tempted to get a new inline baler, like a Viking or something, just to speed us up with this whole thing as well. But we'll see how we get on. We'll get this headland done. It's a bit tight in this little paddock here, so we'll just take our time and see what it looks like on the end. But yeah, it's huge. It's very, very nicely made, I must say. It's a very nice machine to drive. Massey's great as well. Of course it is. It's a lovely Massey. Good power. Seems to be flying along. No struggle there. But yeah, really, really nice. Nice and smooth ride there as well. So that is awesome. And we'll see what we can get done, and we'll see how much more we can fly through. But it's just cruising along right now. Stuff of dreams, this is. Really is good. And what we're looking like behind. Ah, look at that for a swath. Perfect. No, I won't go too close to the edge because that's a bit stony there. Cut through here. Probably only just a one pass through here, I reckon. That'll do. Farmer just wanted this tidying up, really. He said anything you could get off here would be a bonus. And well, that's what we'll treat it as. Wow, that's looking good. Just knocking off the mowers on the back there. See if those dials are moving at all, but I don't think they are. Oil pressure looks good. And I didn't put my mowers down in time, so we'll go back and we'll start that one again. Press the right buttons this time, and then we're off. On my new joystick here, which seems to be working well. It's just me figuring out how to use it with certain applications. But yeah, we're good. We're flying. And away we go into the dust incredibly. In November, cutting silage. Who would have seen that coming? But we'll fly along through this one. We'll get it ready to go and we'll get that baled up as well. And we will see what we think. We'll keep this mower around probably to see about a few more gigs. And we'll give you a bit of a more in-depth review when we finish. But so far from what we're seeing, it's pretty darn incredible. Let's just lift up at the corner here. Alright, and before we get into the hedge there as well. Lovely stuff. Listen to the sound of those stopping. Woof. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Somerset. Welcome back to my first farm item simulation for the nation. And we are, well, we're going to wrap things up today. Made the decision, and quite literally, we're wrapping it up. We've got silage bales on the back here. So the last contract we're going to do. We're in this massey that's still being leased to us. So we'll get this all done and dusted. We only actually have to come over the road here. But yeah, made the decision that this will be the last episode because ultimately, it's kind of reached a natural conclusion. All we're doing really now is rinsing through different contracts and like rinse and repeat. So it's getting a little bit stale for me, in my opinion. So there's a few new series coming up soon, and a bit of emphasis on other work. So wanted to make the time to end this one so we can refocus. So that's exactly what we're going to do. But what we'll do first of all, we're going to drop these in here. If I can get around here. We've got our new Red Rock trailer on the back, or a Mac trailer to us as it is, but I like to think of it as a Red Rock. And this is not going to work. I think what we'll end up doing is just backing into here like a champ. And then yeah, we'll be good to go. We're going to do a little bit of work around the yard as well, make sure everything's looking good and tidy there. And then we're in a good position now. We've spent a bit of time, we've got some work done, but ultimately I just felt like this was just going around in circles with Baling contracts, and it's, from a series, losing its spark a little bit. There you go. Now I'm in. Where on earth am I taking this to? Let's just spin this around here so I can see. I don't think I'm going into the BGA per se. Oh, maybe I am. What was it saying? Take the bales to the biogas plant. Well, maybe I am then. Question is, will I have to actually load them? Stunning massey. Absolutely delightful looking massey. So I think we're in the right place here. We're going to have to just try to get these unloaded. I have no loader here, so maybe that's going to be another little drive on up. And we will get this one all taken care of. It's going to take a little bit of time. So we'll hope that this is the right place. I don't see there being anywhere else that it could be, or we should be in. So I think that's it. So yeah, okay. Well, we will get this all done. We'll find a way to get this unloaded into here, and then that is us all good. So without any further ado, we will see you when we have a loader back here. Do you know what is not quick? This loader. This seems to have taken me an absolute age, but the end is in sight there, so we can hopefully get this unloaded. And this is one of the reasons why we ended up going for that low loader trailer. So in instances like this, you can cart the loader back with you when you're empty. So it'd speed us up in theory. So that's what we're going to try. And then we should be all looking good. So we'll get this unloaded. Hopefully they're going to go straight into there without any issues. And then, yeah, we'll get everything back on over to the yard. I'm not going to sell everything up. I'm going to leave it as it is, really, and then leave the save game to one side. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll come back to it. But yeah, I feel like it's we've had a good run. Had some interesting episodes there, but yeah, it's a good opportunity. For those of you watching, we will be bringing along my farming life, which is going to be starting very soon, which will be on my own map, the Northern Farms, as well. So stay tuned for that one. Should be rather cool and quite exciting to get through. So we should see first episode of that coming very shortly, which would be great. Now let's see if this is right, shall we? Ah! We are correct. Perfect. I don't even have to take off the wrap somehow, which seems a bit weird, but never mind. Get over there. There you go. You can drop down there. But yeah, we started out really with not much at all, and we've been able to make it work. Done pretty well. Got a good little round of equipment. Obviously, this Massey's not mine. I wish it was. I really do like this, but you know, we've got a good fleet. Got a lot that we could do with some smaller equipment there as well, so that's pretty cool. Oh, and back you go. Excellent. And by sticking these ones all into here as well, we should, once we finish this contract there, the residual should make a nice little healthy income for us. It's a bit heavy on the back end there, but never mind. Oop, easy. There you go. So we'll get these all unloaded, then we'll head back on over to the yard there. We've got, like I say, got a new machine on lease there for us to put into our Renault that we'll get stuck on into as well. Contract 70% complete. I don't know if when we sink the last of these, if it's going to pay us out or not, but I guess we'll find out there. Probably need about another couple. So let's just, we'll get this all unloaded though, and we can go and see. Managed to sell them all off there as well, so we know what we're dealing with in terms of price. Haven't finished the contract yet, but we will just lower down the back of the trailer. That's magnificent, and up we go with the load as well. And then that is us all done. Now, last contract we'll be doing here for a while, so we'll end up with about 60 grand, which would have been good just to keep us rolling through there, but I think it's ultimately for the best. And up we go. And we will stick this one in here. Okay. And whilst that's loading up there, we can just come on in to our contract here, which is completed, just under 9 grand. You'd love to see it there. And there's only like, there's a lot of Baling contracts, and considering where we are on the 1st of November, that just seems a little bit too much. So we will just move on, really. Now, whilst we are driving back over to our yard, a question, and I'm in need of your help as viewers. I want to try and steer a little bit of my content in the right direction there. So what I will do, there's always been a lot of different either role plays or series for myself there, and I'm trying to figure out which way to go. Now, we will be keeping the 2-hectare challenge going. I think we've got about another 7 episodes to go there until we make a decision on what that looks like. So that's going well. My farming life will be coming as well. So that will be making its appearance there probably every Sunday, but we might also do a Tuesday there as well, but we'll figure that one out if we go Tuesday, Sunday with farming life in the middle. But what I want to know is what would you like to see? You know, what type of content are you interested in? What would you like to see more of on the channel? So would love to get your thoughts on that one. So if you can, and if you would like to, do drop a comment down below with what you would be interested in. how you currently play the game as well. So, you know, if there's a specific way and a style that you prefer, maybe that's something that we can translate across. I'm very interested to know what that might look like. So do let us know. And I will flick through any comments there and heart any of the ones that I think that are really good and interesting, because it'll be interesting to really see what that looks like from your perspective. So that's what's on my mind at the moment there. So yeah, please do drop us a comment down below there and let us know. And we'll just scoot back around this way, I guess. And away we go nicely. Ba, 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 ba. It's a shame, really. One thing I haven't got to do too much of since we moved into here is use the Renault that we upgraded to. So that might have to make an appearance on a different series somewhere. And we'll have to see what that looks like. But anyway, we'll persevere. Like I say, My Farming Life should be coming. I'm hoping the first episode will be coming out this week. Sunday, hopefully, will be the day. So do stick around for that one. That one's going to be very much based on my own, my own family farms, really, and the story that we can kind of piece together from that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works. And spoiler alert, there might be more than just me coming into there. So we'll see how that comes out. But ultimately, yeah, it's going to be a bit of fun. I remember if I've gone the right way here, but we will... yeah, we'll get around. No problem. Well, we're going to just make ourselves our little way on over to our yard. And we'll sell ourselves up there, get into the Renault there, and start working in one of our fields. Get it into shape for the upcoming season. So we'll get this parked up, and we'll see you back over there very shortly. Alright, so this was the first time for me using these new mowers, and they're absolutely superb. Really did like having a blast with those. The gripper on the back there makes it that bit quicker as well, but having watched quite a bit of Farm and Field with these as well, the detail on these are just awesome. Really impressive. So very nice setup. Speaking of nice setups, we're on to the Renault, and we've leased this plow on the back of it here as well, because we're going to start to get some of our fields turned over. And we own just a handful of them around here, but what we're going to look to do is get some of them plowed over there, so we can 69 can be turned into a cereal crop field as well, and we can make a little bit more off of those with whatever crop we decide to put into there. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Don't think I've actually used this plow yet, but it is pretty cool. And we will see how we get on with it. So let's just head on over. We did put a little bit of a fence line up here as well, a bit of a track in place as well. So that is all looking good. And we will be able to continue to use this in the future, which is handy. There we go. Love the green of our oilseed radish. It's popping off of there at the moment. Deer are in the trees, but let's not worry about that too much. And we'll come into the field right about here. So this is the one that we're going to plow over. It's not too big. There's a few silage bales in the corner there as well, but that they will be there, and we can, I think there's actually a gateway out in the corner there as well, so we'll sneak those out. But we'll get this one plowed over. Then if we need to, that means that we can always make a little bit more revenue whenever we come back to this field. I wonder, is this plow, does the width of this change? Oh no, that was the doors. Okay. Alright, well, 5 for a plow. It's a nice looking plow actually. We are looking at this is the Gregoire Besson. That's pretty nice. So let's just probably, let's see how we're looking like that for our gear. Down. And plow. Ooh. Didn't like that one too much. Do that. Bit better. Oh no. 2 on range 1 it is then. Alright. Good noise from the Renault though. Great noise. And we're going to fly along. This is not by any means the highest range of the power options for the render there, but it's sufficient for what we need anyway. And we'll keep just trucking through and getting this done. So ultimately, it's pretty good where we're going to leave this series for now, and we'll wrap it up here. And then yeah, it's always something we can come back to. But I think I did arrive on Court Farms quite late in the cycle, and I think there's a few different things I can get cracking with now and get a bit more structure in moving over the festive break, and we'll see just what that looks like. But with that being said, yeah, I think we'll leave it here. So I hope you have enjoyed this for what we've been doing. If you have, do let us know. And also, like I say, let us know what you'd like to see more of in terms of content and where you'd like to see us go, and if there's a specific style that you enjoy watching, because I'm all ears for that. Until next time though, thank you very much for watching. I have been Simulation for the Nation. This has been my first farm, over and out from here in Somerset, and we will see you all somewhere in the next one. Catch you later.